it back just in time. Ready for the very end of Fall Festival, the last day. Thank you so much for joining me here for the last day of Fall Festival. I'm just gonna put my Swiffer aside that I came in on. So let's just take a moment here while I put it to the side, and then we're going to get going on Fall Festival. So I'm sad, you're sad, but at the same time, we're gonna make it a really fun day for Fall Festival. All the end great stuff. We've got our giveaway at the end. That's the 21X Elite with the continuum frame and the automation, the QCT5 Pro quilt motion. So we're really excited about that. That's gonna be at the very end. We've also got lots of fun stuff going on today. We've got our HBQ home-based quilter stories going on and continuing. We've got Karla's story coming up. That's gonna be so fantastic. I can't wait to watch her story. We've also got a lot of other giveaways. We've got my whole Halloween party to have happening. So I'm just so excited to have everybody joining us today. So really quick, I wanna find out, where is everybody watching from? Because yesterday we talked about some of our great projects and everything, so we want to see where everybody's coming in from. So I'm seeing people from Massachusetts. We've got Phoenix, Northeast Texas. Welcome, Deborah. We've got Linda from Iowa, Janice from Indiana, Janine from North Carolina. I even saw someone this morning from Australia. They got up early at 4 a.m. just to watch the end of Fall Festival. So thank you so much for joining us. Hi, Linda from Fountain, Colorado. Let's see, we've got Miranda from Petaluma. Don't know how to say that. Petaluma, California. Then we've got Diana from St. Louis. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope you get dressed up in your costume for our costume party today for Halloween. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Debbie from South Dakota, welcome. We've got Jerry from Farmington Hills. Becky here in Clinton, Utah. Welcome, Becky. So welcome everyone. We're so excited to have you here. Again, like I said, we're gonna have so much fun. Even though it's the end and we're sad, we have to have everything good comes to an end, right? We wanna remind everybody about the specials happening just for the end of this weekend. So if you haven't had a chance to go to the deals and see everything that's gonna be going on, we wanna remind you a little bit about the deals today. We're also gonna remind you a little bit about the schedule that's happening, and we're also gonna have lots of fun today with some giveaway prizes as well. So before we get going though, I wanna remind everybody about scammers. This is something that, unfortunately, with this day and age, we have people online who are trying to get your information. So anything coming from us, from Grace Company, we'll always have our information on it. You can go to our website. You can also make sure that you're always checking. You can give us a call. You can also make sure that you can chat with us on our site live with an agent between 8 and 5. So we want to make sure that you're safe. So we won't ask for your information unless it's from a really trusted source. So remember that we're always going to, if you have any questions about anybody contacting you, give us a call. We'll be able to help you with that. So one thing I wanted to talk about too today is also our theme of our Fall Festival. It's stitching our stories one block at a time. The other great thing that we have coming up today is the quilt show. So we're going to be talking about everybody's votes are in, and we've had our judges pick the prizes for those other sections, the best of show. So we're going to be going over that later. That's going to be with Karla, Amanda, Laurel, and I. We're going to go over all the winners of the quilt show. So stay tuned for that. That's later this afternoon. So I'm really excited about all those quilts. Thank you, everyone who submitted a quilt and a quilt block to our community quilt. We're so excited and so pleased to have everybody participate, because you really are our family here at the Grace Company, and you help us get this Fall Festival, have such a great time. Okay, another thing I want to talk about that we're doing this year is the Navajo Quilt Project. That's the charity that we've chosen this session of our Fall Festival to have our charity going on. So there's lots of ways that you can donate to the Navajo Quilt Project. You can either donate items or you can donate monetary value. So to connect to that, go to the platform, go to the Watch Now section and find where we posted about the Navajo Quilt Project, that section. You can follow that link right there. Rather than trying to find it yourself, just follow that link. We'll be able to get you that way. So we've talked about lots of things today, and so I want to reiterate, Make sure on the sales that you are paying attention to what items are on special through the 16th at midnight. They end. And then there's other ones that go through the 31st. So I don't want you to miss out and say, oh, I wish I had done it by the 16th. So we're gonna talk really quick. I wanna make sure that you're paying attention to those ones. So we have the cutie frame. The cutie is on special for $5.89. It is only on special through the 16th. After the 16th at midnight, it goes up. There's other, there's gonna be other pricing, so we don't want you to miss out on that cutie frame. Again, the best price of the year. This is not gonna happen again, so we wanna make sure that you guys take advantage of this through the 16th. Also, there's gonna be the Q-Zone hoop frame, and that one is $9.89. Again, a fantastic price. It's only good through the 16th. We wanna make sure that you're finding that one as well. If you're looking for a way a little bit bigger than the cutie, gives you that dedicated quilting space. You're not having to worry about, oh, what if I want just a little bit more throat space? So that cutie's at 4 feet, the Q-Zone hoop is at 4.5 feet. That gives you just a little bit more quilting space. Again, you can fit your domestic machines on there, or Qnique 16X series, the 15s, the 19s, those all fit on the Q-Zone hoop and the cutie frame. So then the other frame that's going to be on special only through the 16th is the Q-Zone Queen. Now the Q-Zone Queen is a 2-rail system. You can have the 16s and 19s fit on there. They're $11.99. Available, it's over $700 off. This is an 8-foot frame, so you're not able to do a king size quilt, but you can do a queen size quilt or smaller on there. Again, only through the 16th. You don't want to have, don't miss out on this if you've been thinking about a 2-rail system to go from there. And then finally, our continuum frame. So this one is on a fantastic special, $21.99. Normally almost $3,000, you're saving $800. Again, if you've had the chance to want to upgrade your frame, right? You're finally in that shed, you've kicked that kid out of the house finally, and they're away from home to college, and you have that room now to do the continuum frame. It comes in an 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot, and then you have the opportunity to put those machines on there. Now, the continuum fits the 21 machines, and that's the only frame that those machines will fit on. So you want to make sure that if you're ready to upgrade to that 21 machine, get that lots of quilt space to do all those quilt blocks, we want to make sure that you have that continuum frame to get going. And again, $21.99. So these are fantastic savings, again, through the 16th only. The other special we've got going on, excuse me, only through the 16th is the electric sharpener and quilters combo section. Those are available for that $48 price only through the 16th. So don't miss out. After the 16th, they're gonna go up. So that's the electric sharpener, the True Cut electric sharpener to sharpen all your different size blades. They're 28, 45, and 60. And then also that quilters combo, the perfect gift to get someone started with True Cut. Has the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, the 45 millimeter comfort cutter, and the True Grips. And it comes in a bag. So you have these fantastic prices. Again, $48 for both of those individually until the 16th. So you don't want to miss out on those. Okay, so I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for our Halloween party. So before all my guests arrive, I want to talk a little bit about our giveaways today. So we've got, at the end of the day, we've got our 21X Elite on the Continuum 2 frame and the QCT5 Quilt Motion Automation. It's gonna be fantastic. So this is for all those winners who have registered for it. So we're gonna have that come out. And then today, in each of our segments, we're gonna give away 2 different items in our giveaway, as well as our Plinko stuff. So we wanna make sure that everybody's registered for those. Thank you so much for everyone who's already registered, and we've gotten that all taken care of. Okay, so the other thing we want to talk about is all your fantastic projects. We want to make sure that you guys tell us all about your projects. So we want you to share them with us on social media. Now, Karla said she loves to hear those. Yesterday we were talking about that. She loves to see all your projects. She loves to see all the things that you guys are working on. So you want to email her at karla@graceframe.com. That's Karla with a K. So make sure you're able to email her your projects or share them on social media at Grace Company Quilting at Grace Company Quilting. That's the social media for the Grace Company. Share your products on there. You can also talk about questions you have. We'll be able to answer those. The community at the Grace Company is fantastic. We have so many wonderful quilters who are ready to help you as you're working through your projects. Now, the other thing I want to show you about is if you've ever wondered, like, I've wanted to start trying free motion, but I just haven't had the chance, is our free motion starter kit. It is on special for 40% off. Now, this can be used with your regular domestic machine or your Qnique machine. So whether you have a long arm or if you have a domestic, 40% off. It's under $105. This one goes through the 31st. Now you can see in that packet, it comes with the tracing tools. It comes with your tracing book. It comes with top fabric, your batting, your backing fabric, extra batting, extra bobbins, your thread, everything you need to get going. This is the perfect time. If you've ever wondered, can I do free motion? This kit will get you going, and it has all the instructions in there to get you started. So much going on today, right? So I just want to remind you one more time, if you have won a prize, or if you're going to win a prize today, to email Melinda at graceframe.com. Melinda, and be patient. Melinda's trying to get through all the prizes. She told me we give away too much stuff. She just got so much going on. She's got to get everybody contacted. So be patient if you haven't heard from her, or if you've emailed her and she hasn't had a chance to reply back, because she's also on chat and phones and everything like that. But when you win a prize, email Melinda at graceframe.com so we can get going on that. So now, our wonderful, fantastic prizes. We've got our Plinko prizes, we've got our giveaways, we've done all these different things. We've got the show going on today. I want to give away, I was thinking we would do all the giveaways at the end, but I'm thinking with my little magic wand that I have, I'm going to do my cutie giveaway right now. What do you think about that? Does that sound like a good thing right now? Okay, so we're gonna have our cutie. Now this is the cutie, again, it's on special for $5.89. This is for someone who has registered for the prize, so that it's been a random drawing, and we want to do a drum roll really quick for the winner of this cutie. I'm gonna do my knee. We've got the winner coming up. Congratulations, Vanita Norton. You have won the cutie fabric frame tabletop. It's gonna go on any flat surface. Again, Melinda is gonna reach out to you. You're gonna get your information so we can get that sent out to you. Thank you so much, Vanita. Now, I just wanna talk a little bit about my costume party I've got going on. I have people that I've invited. Now, they're all gonna come in costume, so we don't know who they are. So throughout the when they first show up, we're gonna guess. So whoever can guess who this person is, then we're gonna do a prize for those who guess the right person. We're gonna do a random drawing from all the right answers. Now, all these people have been on the Fall Festival at some point. So that gives you, it's not just any random person at the Grace Company. It's somebody who's been on the show so far either yesterday or last Thursday or Friday. So that gives you kind of a hint about how to do this. So remember to keep your fingers by your keyboards and make sure that you're watching to make sure who I've got coming on here. Okay, there's my door. Hold on just a second. Let me open that up for them. Oh my goodness. What are they bringing in?
The thing that's different about a verbal vacation home, you always have to look.
Oh my goodness.
I brought this thing. I don't know why you bought it. It's your Halloween.
Well,
I'm happy to be here.
thank you so much. This is our Luminous light bar. Thank you for bringing it. Now, I've noticed you've disguised your voice a little bit. Let's see if anybody can guess who this werewolf
This
is.
is my normal voice.
This is your normal voice.
Yeah. My normal werewolf voice.
Normal werewolf voice. Okay, so we've got some guesses coming in. Someone said a light bar. That's a good guess, but that's not who the person is. So who is the employee here at the Grace Company? Who is our werewolf? Let's
Do they
see.
get a prize if they
They
guess
do
right?
get a prize. I have a basket of poison apples.
Do you want me to grab that for you?
Yes, that would be perfect.
Perfect.
Okay.
Wait, did you say poison apples?
I will make them nice, because that would be mean to poison apples to hand out. So
treat,
let me
not
do
a
that.
trick.
Okay, So we have Roxana Lewis. Congratulations. You have picked the correct employee. This is Devin.
That's right.
Welcome, Devin, to the company party.
Thanks for inviting me.
So let's pick a prize for our winner.
All right. Prize apple. I'm going to go with the 5-pack of True Grips.
Ooh, excellent. Now these True Grips can be used on any of our True Cut rulers, or you can put them on any thing that you don't want to move around. So you get 15 large and 15 small in the packet. Now you want to make sure though, in between those circles, you also get little diamonds. Don't throw those away, use them as well. And then you get the chance to do both of those. Okay, so thanks for coming to the party,
I'm
Devin.
so excited to be here.
And thanks for
I
helping
love
with
Halloween.
the prize. Now you brought the light bar. Let's plug this in so everybody can see what it's like.
Oh, okay, I think we got to go to the other side.
Actually, we can just move that cord and plug it in this side.
Perfect.
So it's
How
versatile. You can plug it
adaptable,
both sides.
Alrighty. There you go.
Thank you. So now we've set this up, you've got it at the 5-foot level, I see, instead of the 10-foot or the 8-foot. So let me get that plugged in and plugged in over here so we can have some light for the party.
Oh, is that moonlight?
No, this is nice light. It's an LED light. See, there's no problem here.
Not even hot.
Not even hot.
Perfect.
So the Luminous light bar, the best thing about this is it isn't hot and it's not something to be afraid of. Oh. Be close by. Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect to light up your situation in any of your quilting areas, crafting areas, cutting tables, anywhere you need some extra light. And my favorite thing about the Luminous light bar is that it's a true match system. So say you're trying to match different blacks and one looks kind of gray and one looks black, it'll look the same in your light as you do when you go outside.
Oh,
so there's no
nice.
problem, you don't have to match those up. The other great thing about the Luminous light bar is it is our hot buy.
Our hot buy.
Our hot buy. So our hot buy of the day is 30% off. We will have that code up later for you to use. And it is 30% off. Now that's 30% off of the 5-foot light bar. That's 30% off of the 10-foot light bar.
Oh my goodness.
30% off of the 2-foot light bar. Everything, right? Everything is on special, so you're able to do whatever you need. So if you have the 10-foot and you need to add in the 2-foot to make it a 12-foot now, you're set.
How can you do that, Janna? Those are crazy good deals.
So crazy deals. It's our fantastic Halloween costume party special hot buy.
Oh,
Yeah.
What a treat. What a treat for all of you. What a treat for me. I'll finally be able to see when I'm trying to, mend my
Mend your wolf
pants,
costume.
mostly. I rip a lot of clothes.
I wonder why.
I don't know. Just trick the trade.
Trick of the trade. So also on the Luminous light bar, we want to make sure that you know that the 5-foot does not add on to the 2-foot. So if you're wanting to make it a 7, that doesn't work that way. Only the 10-foot will be able to add on that 2-foot extension. So I want to make sure that people don't have that question of like, oh, what do I do? But the other nice thing is there's this pole right here that you can take out and put the end part to this bottom part, and then it can be on top of a table. So it comes with the casters ready to go so that you can wheel it around wherever you want to, right? You move it over to a cutting table, then you move it over to the other section. You're not having to worry about, is it gonna just be in one spot? But if you wanna put it up on a table, you can do that by taking off the casters and just resting it on there. And then it shrinks down so you don't have to have it hitting the top of your ceiling.
Wow, that's so versatile.
I know,
you can
right?
put it pretty much anywhere. Anywhere you have space, it will adjust to whatever size you need.
And as we've had it on, again, it's LED, so there's no heat. You're not gonna have a problem burning yourself or being in a place where it's really hot as you're moving along, right? Okay.
I know, it's hot enough in these costumes. We don't need the light to add to it.
We need to open a window or something, make it a little bit cooler in here. Yeah, definitely. So again, with that Luminous light bar, it's our hot buy of the day. We will have that coupon up later for that coupon code so that you can make sure to take advantage of that 30% off. That is definitely gonna be super fun. So we're waiting to see if anybody else is coming to our party today. But while we're gonna be thinking about that, what I thought we could do is kind of move our light bar back a little bit.
Perfect.
Oh, I hear something. Let me open the door for us.
Out of the way for you.
I'm a ghost. I can just go through.
Oh, you didn't need the door. That's true as a
Thing
ghost.
that's different.
Well, welcome, mystery guest, to our party. Okay, let's see. Again, I need help guessing who my mystery guest is. Can you put in the comments? Now, this is someone who has been on the Fall Festival recently, so yesterday or Friday or Thursday. Let's see if people have comments. Oh, somebody guessed me. It's not me. I'm the witch. So
You're playing
somebody
a magic
else.
trick.
I'm doing
You're
way
duplicating
magic.
yourself.
It's me in both places. Yeah. Let's see. We'll have a couple more come through. We'll have some guesses. No, it's not Karla. Good guess though. Let's see. This person seems kind of tall to me. Ooh, okay. Maybe that helps. Melinda? No, Melinda's a lot shorter than me. Let's guess.
A lot. I'm telling you,
Do we have any clues? What
Let's
day
see.
did they
What day,
appear on?
mystery person, were you on? No, it's not Laurel. It's not Janessa. Good guesses,
Day
everybody.
1, day 2, day 3,
Day 2.
Day 2.
On our day 2 live.
So Courtney, nope, that was another good guess. It's not Nathan. It's not Amanda.
We have to go quickly
Again, it's
scroll
not me,
through the
Janna.
schedule.
I'm the witch, so, and it's not Devin, so we are out of the running. It's not Dan, another good guess. Let's see. Oh, a multiple choice. Someone says a multiple choice.
Multiple choice.
Should we give them a multiple choice?
Choice. Should we tell him what letter my name starts with?
Oh,
Ooh, that's a good idea.
idea.
Maybe, yes, there's a
Starts
hint. It
with an
starts with an A.
I'll give another hint. They were on the opening live of day 2. So if you're looking through your fall festival schedule,
Okay, here's another,
scrolling around.
let's see, we're almost getting there. Another one, a clue is
This is a
that
tough one.
they are Laurel's cousin.
Somebody got it right.
Oh.
They just didn't say my full name.
Oh, you got to say the whole name. The whole name. Let's see if who was it saying?
This is tough.
We've got a lot, yeah.
We've got to have you on more.
Oh, here we
I think
go.
I see them.
Oh,
I see them
see
coming
it.
in.
We've got some correct people coming in.
You guys are getting there.
Perfect.
All right, so from the correct answers, let's pick a winner.
There we
Jeanette,
go.
congratulations.
It is me.
Welcome, Allegra, to our costume party. Thank you so much for
I'm
coming.
so happy to be here.
So let's have you pick a prize for Jeanette from
love
our
to.
not poisoned apples.
Or not, okay, not.
Close your eyes so
poison.
you can't see what it is.
Okay. I'm gonna get a bottom apple. Something about
prize
those will
apples.
better. The 360 circle cutter.
Oh, I love the 360 circle
The
cutter.
bottom
now, this,
apple was just.
it was the
perfect
best one,
pick,
yeah.
yes.
So the 360 circle cutter allows you to cut all those different pieces of fabric. And like Karla said, it gives you a correct edge so that you can do applique work without having to turn it under. From 2 inches to 12 inches, it's fantastic. And also, if you wanted to do, like we saw yesterday in your segment about costuming, you can use the edge to cut with it and do oval work as well. So
Yeah, I
it's
used the
completely
360 circle cutter, got a little bit innovative with it. There was a lip on the side, and I could use that track system from
That's
True
right,
Cut
yeah.
to get my little elbow furs on and circular. It was really cool.
So there's a lot of things that you can do with a circle cutter that we've never even imagined until now
Sky's
for
the limit.
costume parties. So Allegra, what did you bring with you today for the party?
I brought you QCT5.
Oh, my very own QCT5
That's
and
right.
tablet. Oh, thank you so
QCT5.
much.
Welcome.
So again, this QCT5 is on special for 30% off. Now, how long does that special go through?
October 31st.
October 31st.
Halloween.
Halloween, the
night.
best day of the year. Now we've got the QCT Beginnings, Pro, Upgrade, and the Gold Card are all on special for this month. So we've got them at 30% off, so you can see those amazing prices. Now, if you have any questions about if your machine is compatible with it, you can go to graceframe.com and look in the automation section to see, does your domestic machine, is it compatible, or is my frame compatible? Now, all our current machines and all our current frames are 100% compatible with QCT, including the 16X
Yes.
Elite and X. So if you're wondering about those are available, so you don't have to worry about that. So I want to know a little bit about QCT5 Allegra. What is one of the things that people can use it for? Like, is it only for quilting quilts, or can we do other things with it? Because there was a segment I was in, that's why I'm asking. There was a segment I was in with someone
remember
else.
this, yeah.
And they we did quilting on something else rather than just a quilt. It was quilted for a journal book cover. Yeah.
Cover, yeah.
I was
Sorry
like,
to throw you
well,
off there.
I don't
I
know
remember
what
it
you're
because there was a
asking
full
me.
moon on it, so it was a little triggering
yeah,
It
to
really
me. But
came in, yeah. So we used that automation for the book cover. So we were able to do Amanda was doing that. And so take a look. Now, if you haven't had a chance to see that segment, Allegra, maybe you haven't. Exactly, because you were on the phones probably at that time, right? So if you haven't had a chance to see any of those segments, you can still go to the platform for the event, go to the event schedule and watch now. You can go back and watch any of the sections that you didn't get a chance to see, whether you were at work or someplace else or traveling or on the phones, answering calls. You can go back and watch that. And you can also go back and watch Devin's segment on how he used the 360 cutter for his werewolf costume. So we have a question from Judy. How can you tell when your gold expires? Well, you can go into the help section right here and it'll show you, you can go into the gold section, it'll show you when it expires. You can also contact Grace Company and we can look it up for you in your account. Get that so it's not all shiny. So right over here is your help section. You can also go into your gold access and look right there and find out when it's going to expire. But you can also come to your, again, call us. Now, if you already have a gold card, are you able to get a new one and just put it out to the future?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So don't worry about the gold cards never expire. So if you have one tacked on for the next time, we can just add it to your account and then it'll continue to go. Now,
they do expire once they're activated.
Right, once they're activated, and they only last
365 days.
That's right. So if you are thinking, oh, I have 366, get it before it expires, that 365. So again, that QCT is on special for 30% off. You've got your beginnings, you've got your upgrade to the pro, and the gold card. Now, Allegra, I know you've talked to a lot of people who have the beginnings and they think that they have to just get the whole pro system, right?
Absolutely not.
Right, you can just get that upgrade system, so you're only paying the difference between the two systems rather than just the whole new pro system again, and right now at 30% off, the upgrade is super cheap.
It's a killer deal.
It's a killer deal. You would be dead if you didn't take advantage of this special, fantastic
You're going to end up like me, a ghost.
A ghost, and you could just never quilt again because you can't push the buttons, right?
I know, you asked me to carry a heavy, expensive tablet all the way to your party with no hands, only ghost hands.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
that was
you.
fantastic. So we want to make sure, so we have the Luminous light bar, it's 30% off. So you've got that special going on with our hot buy. You got QCT at 30% off, all the different levels, right? We've got our beginnings, our pro, our gold card, and our upgrade. So we want to make sure that we've got all those taken care of. Don't worry about missing out on these deals if you take advantage of them right now. We want to make sure that you're all taken care of. So another question that has come up is, can you buy the gold card with the beginning program?
No.
And unfortunately, it doesn't work with that. Part of the gold card is you have different programs, and you need those different programs to have access with the pro system, so you can only use the gold card with the pro system. So do it now, get that upgrade if you have beginnings, and then you can get the gold card. And you can buy it now too at 30% off and save it. Who wouldn't be doing that special? I don't know. So another question is, will I receive notice when a gold card renewal is due? No, unfortunately you don't, because you can keep track of that, but it will tell you when it's about to run out, like not a super long time, but it'll say, oh, you have a couple of days. So you want to make sure that you're paying attention and keeping your tablet or your laptop connected so that you're not having, if you take it offline all the time, it won't give you that updates as often. Okay, so we had another question come up. How do I know I'm registered for the prizes?
This is a great question.
Allegra is the one that answers all your questions that come through the platform, so I'm going to let her take that one, yeah.
Yes, so you'll know you're registered if you can access your account on the event platform. If you go to the event platform and it wants you to log in or register, click one of those options and then it'll tell you that you need to register or you already have an account. If you already have an account, you're registered and you're good to go. If you're logged in, you're registered and you're good to go.
Thank you. Yeah, so make sure you've registered now. If we still have the gold, the giveaway for our segment, we're gonna do the cutter combo or cutting mat combo, and then we have other prizes today. So make sure you're registered for all of those. Again, if you're signed in, then you're registered for all the prizes. Okay, I think there was another question that came in about the QCT. Is there a place, oh, let's see. Will you come out with one for Apple products that does not have windows? We're in the but unfortunately, it's probably gonna be a while on that. Apple is, we're working on it, but we have no immediate date yet. But you never know. Watch for this spot. You never know when we'll announce something that's been worked out. Okay, is there a place where I can compare the beginnings program with the pro system? Do you want to take that one?
It's on our website. So go to our website, accessories, quilt motion, and then there's a place where you can compare the features, and it will tell you everything beginnings offers, everything pros offers, and everything the gold feature offers as well.
And it'll also show, you can go to the website, if you're wondering about what tablet you can use. I know a lot of people will say like, oh, will this tablet work? Will this tablet work? Do I have enough RAM? You can go to that automation section on our page. So again, that's up at the top of the website, and go to Quilt Accessories Automation, and it will tell you the size, it will tell you the RAM, it will tell you how many ports you need, all those specifications. It will also be the place where you can compare whether your domestic machine or frame will work with the automation system as well. Okay, so we have another question coming up. Devin, do you want to take this one?
What would the right size Luminous bar for the cutie frame be? Well, I feel like it depends more on the size of your space, right?
Right, but if you have only enough room for your cutie, which is 4 feet wide, then I would say use your 5 feet light bar.
Yep.
Now the light bar on the 5 feet can be extended to 6 feet because the little couplers at the top, you can expand them out just a little bit, so it'll go to 6 feet. Same thing with the 10 foot. If you only have the 10 foot and not the 2 foot extension, you can put them at the end of the coupler, they'll go to 11. But if you've got that 12 foot, you really want the 2 foot extension to get to that other size. Okay, any other questions we've got about automation? This is a perfect time to ask all those questions. Will we be putting the 16 series machines on Compare for the other machines? Yes, they are working on that diligently, getting all the 16 information up, so that's the instructions, comparing it with the other machines, having it on the automation section. They're working hard, all our programmers are working hard on that one. Is there any questions, Allegra, that come up when you're talking to people on the phone about automation? I know.
Ask a lot of questions. I don't think there's like one top question.
Yeah. Well, one that I often have is, why would I want automation? You know, like I'm happy with free motion. I'm happy with the pantographs. Why do I want automation? And what I always like to tell them is, you can quilt while you're piecing. And so if you're trying to get more quilts done at a certain time, you're still designing the quilt, you can do things that you never thought of with those images, right? You can import pictures and then you can change them, rearrange them, everything. But then also you can quilt while you're doing your piecing work. So you can do twice as many quilts at a time. And who doesn't love that, right?
Like magic.
Like magic, yes.
Well, and I feel like it's just another tool to expand what you're doing, right? Like, you know, you have all these different tools so that you can make whatever you want. And automation is just another one if you want it to be a little bit more clean, a little bit more precise. You know, free motion is great if you want to express yourself. But then the automation, the QCT is great for if you're like, no, I want a really, really clean, precise pattern.
Exactly, yeah.
Excuse me, you got some werewolf?
I'm shedding, I'm sorry.
You gotta get the roller there for the shedding, yeah. Okay, so we wanna make sure that you have this. We're gonna bring it one more time about the 30% off on the automation system, the QCT5 Beginnings, QCT5 Pro, as well as the upgrade and the gold card. Again, all of those are 30% off. You can see the prices there. They're available through the website, through our dealers, and if you call into us. Okay, so now that we've talked about our automation, we can get started with some other things going on. I'm really excited here. So, oh, there's my other doorbell. Let's open that up. see who's coming in. I'm gonna
Let me
set
help you out
this
there.
right back here. Oh, he's bringing in something big.
Oh man, Janna, I'm glad I got your invite. I was sleeping in my tomb for 5,000 years. I'm glad I
Oh,
saw
I'm
it.
so glad you could come out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pain to get it here. You know, I had to go through the haunted forest and everything. But you know, I'm glad to finally make it here.
Thank you for coming.
What was I bringing
Thank
this
you
for again?
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. But first, I want to find out if anybody can guess who our next invitee is for our costume party. Let's see. We've got some guesses coming up. Cody and Mark. And let's see, Dan. Nope. Good
Yeah,
question.
they are close. I'm about their same height.
About the same height, yeah. So we've got Kyle as a guest. Jackson. Oh, that would be great if Jackson came all the way from Australia for the costume party, right? Okay, let's see. Karen, no. Cody. Oh, I see some correct guesses coming up. Correct, Kay. It is Jarek. Welcome, Jarek, to the Halloween party.
Thank you, Janna.
Jarek is our mummy today, so we're all rounded out with our ghouls and ghosts and everything. So, Jarek, thanks for bringing the 16X Elite on our
absolutely.
Pro frame. So, let's talk a little bit about. Oh wait, we got to do our winner. I'm so sorry. Let's pick our nice, not poisoned apple.
Whoa, which
For
one is it gonna
price.
be? Oh, let's see. True Sharp 2 electric sharpener. Wow. that's
Fantastic. Okay, so our electric sharpener can sharpen any of our size blades, the 28 millimeter, 45 millimeter, and 60 millimeter, but it can sharpen most other blades as well. Save yourself that, if you didn't win, everybody else, $48 for the True Sharp through Sunday. So pay attention to that if you didn't win. But congratulations, yes, thank you for guessing, Jarek, so we could have our fun costume party going on. But he's brought our 16X Elite. Thank you so much. So this is our brand new machine. Have you had a chance to sew on it very much yet, Jarek?
Oh, you know what? I haven't been able to too much, but I really want to. It looks awesome.
Right, we've got the new throat lights happening here. There's a throat, also down here in the bobbin casing, there's a throat light down here so you can see when you're changing it out. We've got the adjustable handles just like on the 21 and 19X Elite series. We've got the new screen. It's the large screen. It's got all the interface stuff. It's got the pad printing on the top. There's just so many fantastic things about the 16X Elite series. So now,
Miss Janna,
yes.
I heard that the lights have also been redesigned so that you don't have shadows when you're working in the
Yes, and they're also dimmable. So if you
Wow.
think that they're too bright, you can dim them down. So let's move our machine over here. We're gonna move our light bar into this section. We're gonna get it all set. We wanna show off all
We're
our,
losing a wheel.
we're losing wheels, oh no.
Wheel attached. You're safe.
Yeah, why did you ask us to bring all of these?
Well, because you can't have just a costume party at the Grace
You
Company.
can't?
No, you have to have a quilting costume party at the Grace Company. So I need a cape. As I'm going through Halloween, I need a cape because it gets cold up when I'm riding my Swiffer up in the clouds. And so we're gonna quilt myself a cape. But before we do that, I wanna give away some more prizes.
Woo, exciting.
So we're gonna ask some questions for our audience about all our items here. So let's grab our tablet for our QCT5 software.
There you go.
So I'm gonna hold it because I'm gonna get that bracket in a minute to pop it up here. So let's do some questions. So why don't we do a question for the item you brought in first?
I'll go
So
first. I'll go
You're gonna
first.
go first, Evan?
I was the first guest. So I'll
Okay.
go first. Perfect.
So what's
All
our
right.
first question about our light bar?
This is my question. It's a little bit of a trick answer, so we might accept a couple of different things. But the
Okay.
question is, how many sizes does the Luminous light bar come in?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Trick or treat.
How many
Let's
sizes?
see, how many sizes? I know, we've talked about it, but how many are there happening? Let's see. Got some questions. I see some answers coming in.
Ooh, yes. There's a couple of different answers.
Oh, how many?
Alrighty.
Oh, yeah, people are coming
Wow.
through.
I feel like people are just throwing numbers up at this point.
They're making a guess, yeah.
That's okay.
Janna
That's
did
okay.
mention it earlier.
You might guess
We
right.
did, we
so you
did
might as
mention
well
it
try
earlier, yeah.
So let's see. 2, Paula Becker, that is right. There's 2 main sizes, correct? There's the 5 foot and the 10 foot. But those sizes are a little bit adjustable, so it actually can be a couple of different sizes, but it comes in the 5 and the 10.
Comes in the 5 and the 10. Now, some people guess 3 because of that 2-foot extension, but the 2-foot doesn't stand on its own. So we didn't put that in the answer of just the 2. So we didn't do 3, we did 2. So
2 is right. All right.
So Paula, we've got our prize
Our
coming through here.
prize. Your prize apple is... Paws aren't the best for this. Ooh, you are getting an HBQ t-shirt. So
Excellent.
you've been seeing them throughout the whole event.
We've got the blue and the cream.
The blue and the cream. We have multiple sizes, so when you reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com, let her know what size, and as long as it's still available, you'll be getting that.
Well, congratulations, Paula. That's fantastic. A one of a kind. So let's bring Allegra. Let's have you come next for your question since you were the next one in. So let's have you ask that question.
Okay.
And now you brought in the QCT5 automation.
Okay, so my question is, how long does the sale price for QCT5 last?
Ooh, that's a very good question. It might be a trick question. Let's see what everybody's coming to. Everybody's saying congratulations to Paula, so let's see. We gotta type a little bit faster there with all their questions coming through. Oh, there we go. There we go. People are saying the date. Well, there's a couple.
I'm seeing the right answers, yes.
This is my favorite date of the year, by the way.
Diane Howard,
Oh,
you're
congratulations,
correct.
Diane.
I'm gonna pick not poison apple for you.
Not poison apple. Not poison.
You know, paws aren't the best, but neither are ghost hands. Okay. The rectangle ruler combo.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations. Now that is the 6.5 by 12.5, the 6.5 by 24.5, and the 3 by 18 rectangle rulers. And I'm gonna throw in, because it's a Halloween party, you need extra prizes. We're gonna throw an extra 3-pack of True Grips for that as well.
I also love True Grips.
I know, they're so fantastic. So again, those True Grips, they come with a 15 large and 15 small, and don't forget those little diamonds, but I haven't counted how many diamonds there are on the section, so you don't miss out on those. So congratulations. Okay, next we'll have Jarek ask a question about our 16X series, what we brought in on the Q-Zone hoop frame. So let's see what we've got going on here.
Well, my question for everyone is, how many different models are there of the 16?
Ooh, that is a great question. We may not have said it in this segment, but I know we have talked about it this fall festival for sure.
Absolutely.
That's many times,
I
yeah.
mentioned it before, I know for sure.
You might even have mentioned it in
I
the
think I
things
did
you
as
were
well,
in. Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay. Oh, we've got lots of questions.
Yeah, clearly
Answers
people
coming
have been
in.
listening.
They
Yes.
have been paying attention.
Those are that's the right number coming in.
Okay. Patsy
Really?
Peacock, congratulations. Yes, it is 3. There's the 16M, which is the manual, and there's the 16X, and then the 16X Elite. And so all of those are on special this month, and they get what with their special of their machine?
A free frame.
A free frame. And if you already have a frame and you're like, oh, well, I already have a frame, what am I gonna do? You could get a free light bar
Ooh,
instead.
I love that.
Ooh.
So let's pick a poison apple. Oh, I'm sorry, not poison apple.
Not poison apple.
For the event.
Let's see. Triangle ruler combo.
Oh, this one's fantastic. So this is the 3 different triangle rulers we
Yes.
have.
I actually use the triangle ruler to cut these
Ooh.
not
Oh.
so precise triangles.
And
On
Devin
my
used
costume.
the kite ruler for his shoulder patches. So there's lots of ways that you can use the triangle ruler. So there's the right angle, the 60, and then the kite, which has a right angle, 60, and 120 degrees on there. So I'm also gonna throw in True Grips with that one, because
yes,
you always
it's a
need
party.
Such a
Right.
generous witch.
I'm a great witch, I know. Okay, so let's do the next question.
Okay. Back to
I
me,
like your
back to
guys'
me.
little back and forth.
rotation.
Yeah.
That's our line.
Oh.
We're partiers, but we're not crazy partiers. We
We
like a
still
little bit
have
of order.
lines, yeah.
We still have, manners. All right, so my question is, what type of lights do the Luminous light bar use?
This is a great question. We did talk about this, and
It's
I know
not
we've talked about it.
moonlight, so if you're
It's
thinking
not
that, check it off.
It's okay.
That's
You
a-
learned
that's a
that
great
the hard
one.
way
I
today.
know.
Okay, so we've got some correct answers coming in. Again, when we select these answers, we do a random choosing. We're not picking just the first one because sometimes people's delays in their computers,
Right.
we don't want to worry about that. So we're just, it's a random drawing of all the correct answers. So
Perfect.
Francis Wilderson, congratulations, that's correct. LED, which is why I'm able to touch it without any problem. It's been on all this time. And let's just turn it off so we can see the difference in the light.
Ooh.
Such a difference. I love
always
it.
a bigger difference than you think.
We have very bright studio lights, so you can't even tell how big of a difference it is because we have very
We
bright
would turn
light.
them all off, but then we would disappear.
It'd
so,
be a
you know.
you say it's
real
night and
Halloween
day.
party. Alrighty, okay.
I mean,
Ready
you
to
still
pick a
see me.
prize. So you are getting a 4-pack of variegated thread.
Ooh, our finesse
Ooh, I love
thread.
finesse thread.
Jarek, tell us about the finesse thread because you do really love it.
Oh, I do love it. I just think the colors are so cute. It's 50 weight, 3-ply polyester, and it is perfect amount of thread. It's in 1,500 yards instead of 3,000 yards for a king size quilt, so you don't have any left over that's gonna dry out on you. And look on our website. We have a ton of awesome colors. They're super fun for any sort of project that you want to do, and it's definitely the thread we recommend for our machines.
Yeah, there's 40 different variegated colors and 20 different solids. So you're getting our 4-pack of variegated, which is a wonderful starter kit of all the variegated. And you know, at first when I came to the Grace Company and I thought, variegated thread? Why would you want variegated? Don't you want the solid color every time? And then I saw the variegated and I was like, this is so much fun. I love the variegated thread now, so congratulations again. So we're gonna go to our next question on our QCT5 software.
Okay, the next question for QCT5 is, what levels of QCT5 are available?
Ooh, on the 30% off special. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's have all those questions come in. Oh, we've got some answers. Now this might be a trick question.
Yeah, kinda a trick question.
I feel like it's one of those questions when there's multiple choice, it's what the bottom one always is.
All of the above.
Okay.
But that's okay, because it means it's a great deal.
It is. Okay, so we've got some great answers. Let's pull one of them up here. Brenda, that's correct.
Yes, that is
4
correct.
or
Okay.
all of them. So that's the beginning, the pro, the upgrade from the beginning to the pro, and the gold card are all
Yes.
on special.
Okay, I have
So our
picked
special for Brenda on our
your
not
poisoned apple. The 45mm comfort cutter.
Exciting.
Oh, this is so fantastic. One of my favorite things about the comfort cutter is not only is it great, it doesn't hurt your hand as you're going along, but it's also interchangeable between right hand and left-handed.
Yes.
You're not having to worry about, oh, I can only buy it now because I'm right-handed, or I only can use it if I'm left. You can use it both ways, and it has a little spot in that handle that you can customize it for you. So if you go to a meeting for Quilt Guild or whatever, your quilting bee, and somebody else has one too, you can mark yours the way it's supposed to be for just you.
You know what else I like about them? Is that you can personalize them.
Yes, yes.
I love that.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got our question with Jarrett coming up. All right, so our 16X series or our Q-Zone hoop frame. What's your question going to be about?
Well, let's see. What frames do the 16 series machines fit on?
Ooh, that's a good question. Now, are these current frames or past frames?
I think we're talking about current
We're
frames,
talking about
right?
current frames. Okay, that's a good question.
I think you're looking into your crystal ball too much. None of us think
I
that
have the
way.
past.
You're like
Everything
time
dead
and
and gone.
space.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah,
You know, I was on the same page because I've been alive for so long in my tomb, so I can see where you got confused.
exactly.
Fair.
You know, for
It's hard to
the
remember
undead.
that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see who is getting all our answers here coming through. Correct, Eileen. It is all of them.
Ooh.
So that's the cutie. That's the Q-Zone hoop frame. The Q-Zone hoop frame, if you do the upgrade to the dual track, the Q-Zone Queen, and the Continuum. So all sizes of our frames are available with that 16X series. Good,
Lots
great
and lots
question.
of
And
options.
thank you everybody for listening and participating. So let's see what other kind of,
Ooh, another not poison apple. Oh, look, it is a 4-pack of solid thread.
this solid finesse thread. Oh my gosh, I love this. It's a great neutral pack to get started. It's got the white, pearl white, it's got the smoky quartz and the light wool, all fantastic. Now, how many not poison apples do we have left? Oh, we have two more.
left.
Okay,
What are you
well,
gonna do with
I'm gonna do a question. Okay, let's see. Now, we talked about this at the beginning. What is the name of our charity? Ooh, I'm throwing that in there. It's 3 words. Who can pop up? The name of the charity that we're sponsoring for the Fall Festival this time.
Ready, go.
Oh man, everybody's thinking about it. They're like, quick, go back, go back. I'm gonna think about it.
This is so good. You really should remember this name because even after Fall Festival is over today, we still want you to donate to them. They are such a great organization. They do a lot of wonderful things for the group that I'm trying not to say to give it away, but definitely they could use a lot of support. So yes, there we
Tammy
go.
There we
Schweer,
go.
Congratulations. Yes, it's the Navajo Quilt Project or Navajo Quilt Project. Now you can donate to them by going to our website in the platform and going to the Watch Now feature, going to their segment and clicking onto there. We'll also have the chat pop it in there occasionally throughout the day so that you can pay attention to how to get to that directly. But again, it's not just monetary donations. It's like Karla was saying yesterday in the opening segment. She was saying, like, we're quilters. We all have lots of fabric or seam rippers or different things that we don't use anymore. It's a great time to donate to that project. Okay, so my not poison apple for this one. Okay, our square ruler combo. So our square ruler combo is our 6.5 square, our 9.5 square, and our 12.5 square. And I would be remiss if I didn't also include True Grips with this one too. So we're gonna include the package, 3 packages of True Grips, 1 for each ruler, and then you can use it for all your other projects as well. So, got 1 more left.
One more not poison apple.
1 more not poison apple.
That doesn't mean the party's coming to an end though,
No,
does
we've
it?
got to continue quilting my cape for
nice,
later.
nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
And we have all the other prizes going on today and everything. So, okay.
You know, I'm all wrapped up, but I didn't want this to be wrapped up.
No, not at all. Because we got to get the music going. We're quilting. It's going to be fantastic. So let's see. Another question about Fall Festival. When do the sales end for Fall Festival for the frames? I'll give you a hint. It's not Devin's favorite day of the year.
That's a good hint.
They need to look into their crystal ball for this one.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, we've got some correct
coming
answers.
up
We've got some
sooner than you
incorrect
think,
answers.
probably.
Yes, it is coming up sooner than you
So
think.
don't miss out.
So let's see. We've got some coming in. Oh my gosh, there's so many great ones. Yes,
Once again, it's not Halloween.
that's
there
correct.
we
Jay
go.
Grabo,
Yay.
10/16. So at midnight. So all those frame specials, the cutie that's on sale for $5.89, the Q-Zone hoop for $9.89, the Q-Zone queen for $11.99, and the Continuum for $21.99. Those deals are gone.
And they're not undead, Janna. They're not coming back.
They're not coming back. It's true. They're not. They're not going to rise again. It's sad.
Happy afterlife to them.
Happy
Yeah.
afterlife, yes. And that also includes the True Cut special at $48 and the Quilters combo at $48. So don't miss out on this deal. If you have ever been thinking, maybe I'm tired of pushing my fabric through my quilting, through my sewing machine, and I'm ready to start that, free motion software. Let's get going.
Maybe
Don't
your
miss out.
fingers hurt. Maybe you're tired of, punching over your fabric.
Exactly. You can just effortlessly move it along, glide it as you go along.
That'd be so
perfect-
nice, because I can tell you, I get a giant hunch from trying to do my quilting under the moonlight, so it'd be nice to see.
And that's
I
just
mean,
straight.
maybe it's the moonlight though.
Oh, you're right.
Maybe you just need, the light bar.
You're right.
Yeah.
I've got to go do some shopping after this.
Okay, so I'm gonna pick my last non-poison apple.
What's on
Here,
it?
our special is our 60 millimeter straight cutter.
Yay!
This is fantastic. So you can cut extra layers of fabric with this one than the 45 or 28. And it is left or right-handed as well. You don't have to worry about if you're left-handed. You always have to cut right, but we're all set for our prizes now. We have just a couple minutes left. We had a couple other questions come in of all the different products. If you had any question about our Luminous light bar, our 16X Elite, or our QCT software. We want to pull those up right now and see what kind of questions we have. Let's see, we have, does the 19X Elite have the lights on the neck? No, it does not. So the 16X Elite is the only series, so the 16X series has the lights on the throat. So that's a pretty special feature, right? Like only the 16X series has that. So the 19 doesn't have that.
When you invited me to your party, I wanted to bring the best.
Thank you.
The newest.
The newest, the fantastic. So wonderful. Okay, any other questions? Does the light bar cast a shadow? Well, it does kind of, but because there's so many lights, it's a very minimal shadow because you have the lights coming from all the different directions, so you're not going to have to worry about a big shadow in your throat space when you're quilting.
Whenever I've worked with it, I've never been like, oh, I can't see it because of the light bar. It's only helped.
Okay, any other questions we've got coming on? Allegra, do you want to talk about this one?
Yeah, absolutely. The automation, so our QCT5 is automated quilting. So you can program it to either quilt something that's already in our pattern library, or you can design a pattern for it to quilt for you. Pantographs are something that you trace with a laser, or you can do pantographs on our automation. So similar, but not similar.
So a pantograph sometimes too is like the complete length of your quilt. It's not just one little section at a time, and you can do both with the automation. Okay, so what's another question we've got going on?
A lot of people are asking about this frame behind us.
Oh, so should we step aside just a moment to show them so this is the Q-Zone hoop frame. This is the dedicated quilting space just up from the QD. So the QD is great. It's got that hoop style. You can put it on any flat surface, but if you're ready for your dedicated quilting area, right, Mark always talks about the quilting journey. This is your next step in the quilting journey, right? It's gonna come 4.5 feet. It's got the legs already. Yes, it is made out of aluminum and steel, and then it has
Silver?
no silver.
Oh.
It's okay to say.
You're all safe. And
I'm so
then
glad
the
this is
clips
interesting.
are the ratchet system, and they are made out of high polycarbonate plastic, so they are not going to wear out on you. This is the hoop style. So you can do any size quilt on this frame, even though it's a smaller frame. Okay, what other questions do we have? How wide does the light bar extend? I think, Devin, you were just talking about this.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it depends on the one you're getting, right? So we have the 5 foot and we have the 10 foot, and it extends a little bit more than that.
Yeah, so the 5 foot can go to 6 feet with these couplers here at the top, or the 10 foot can go to 11, but if you're really trying to get to that 12 foot size, you want to get that 2 foot extension.
You know, Janna, I think this is a great example of the light bar is light.
Yeah, look at me.
Outside of it, under it,
Under
you can
it, all the
actually
difference.
see that my hair is green under the light.
Outside of it, it just looks like it's the same color. It's true.
It does,
Even
yes.
though we have great lights here in our
Yes.
studio. I'm sorry, in my home.
Studio is our home.
The studio is our home.
Green hair, no green hair.
Exactly. Okay, any other questions that came through? So I have one question I see. It's what is the difference between the hoop frame and the Hoop Frame Pro? Jarek, do you want to take that one?
Well, yeah, the Hoop Frame Pro, we don't have it anymore, but it's the same thing as if you get the hoop frame plus the dual track upgrade. So you get the double track instead of the single track, and it makes it a lot more smooth when you're quilting. Now, there's nothing wrong with single track. We had a lot of frames that had single track, but this is an upgrade. It's elevated. If you want to get a dual track system, it's going to glide a little bit better for you.
Yeah, so our Cutie and our Continuum already have the dual track system. And then also on the carriage, you're always going to have that dual track when you're moving your machine back and forth. But it's just that side to side that has a single tracks on the Q-Zone Hoop and the Q-Zone Queen. So, okay, we only have a few minutes left. Thank you everyone who has had questions. If you have any questions we didn't get a chance to answer, please call us at 800-264-0644 and we can answer that question, or go to our website, graceframe.com. We'll be able to chat with you and get those questions answered. We want to help you have the best quilting experience ever, and so you can do more and more quilting and more gifts for all your friends and family. But before we go, I wanted to give our one last prize away for our section. This is the cutting mat combo. This is a pre-registration gift. So it's for those who registered ahead of time. earlier than this segment, and so we've got that winner coming up. So it's our cutting mat as well as our non-stick or non-slide pad underneath it. So you're not, as you're cutting, you're not gonna just slide off the table. So since I'm holding the tablet, I'm not gonna do a drum roll, but friends, can we do a drum roll? Boom! Diane Barubi, congratulations. You have won the cutting mat combo, and congratulations to everybody else. Thank you so much, friends, for helping me with my costume party and all the amazing not poison apple prizes that you've won. Again, email melinda@graceframe.com for that. And now we're gonna go to the rest of our day. I'm so sad you guys can't be here for the rest of the party. We're gonna have a blast quilting my cape, and then we're gonna go and talk about Karla's HBQ story. So stick around with us for the rest of the day. Thanks so much, guys.
Welcome and thank you for joining me today. I am so excited about this week because I get to tell you about my quilting journey and how I got to where I am today. It all starts with my sweet grandma. Her name is Sarah Ann Bratton Matthews. I had to get all that in there. That is my sweet grandma. I did not know her very well. She was quite a stern lady, and she lived in Missouri, in Odessa, Missouri, and we lived in Utah, so we only saw them rarely, very often, and she didn't like the mountains. She liked the flat lands, and so she wouldn't come and visit us very often. But this is her beautiful grandmother's flower garden quilt, and I just want to show you some of my favorite blocks because she lovingly took the little flower sack fabrics that they got, and they saved everything back in those days. But notice how right here in the center, how she cut them out to make sure that the flowers were kind of the center, and that she matched the flower with the little purple and the yellow. And then she did that throughout. So here's another little one. It's a pink one, a pink and blue, and how she was able to match it and cut the flowers out right there. If you can see, it's got her personality in it. She took a pattern and design and made it her own. You can see the beautiful quilting, her beautiful stitches. And then here's the other one. I'm truly fortunate to be able to show you my grandma's quilts. And this Sunbonnet Sue is so representative of my sweet mom, Grace. This was her favorite quilt pattern. And I love how they took the little scraps of quilts and matched them to the solids. And you notice that this doesn't have any purple, but she took the purple and she made the sashing and everything to match. And just so fun and such personality. And beautiful quilting as well. And so anyway, those are two of the quilts that I was able to get from my mom before she passed. And I'm lucky because I'm one of 9 kids. And so to be able to get something that precious and that valuable really means a lot to me. So that was the beginning of my quilting journey. It's through my grandma and her love of quilting and her love of fabric and putting things together. So thank you, Grandma Sarah. My brother, he started out with hand quilting frame, and that is where I started. So the little store that my mom worked at the time my brother came to her was called Mormon Handicraft. Mormon Handicraft was a consignment shop. It was for moms to stay home and create and make goods, and they could bring their items in to sell, and they'd sell them on consignment so that they had an extra income to make ends meet. And so that's where I started, and I had one of my first jobs there, and I was going to help them close down, but instead of them closing down, they stayed. Another company bought them out, and we were able to keep them afloat and keep ladies in jobs and working from home. And I worked there for several years. and that's where my quilting journey started. And so I brought my very first quilt I ever did. And so it's this little tree. It's all hand pieced and all hand quilted. And it just means a lot to me. It was kind of caught in a flood, so I washed it, and it's kind of coming undone because it's all hand pieced, but it doesn't even have batting in it between it. It just has some flannel. That's what I used to quilt it with. So this is my very first quilt that I ever made, and it's just kind of fun. It's my grassroots. Hi everybody, welcome. Thanks for joining me today. I'm so excited to be here because I get to be the one to introduce to you our new 16X machine. I'm really excited to show you about that, but first let me tell you about my quilting journey and my story on my story quilt. As you're thinking about making a quilt that kind of represents your life, I encourage you all to do it. It's been so much fun, and it's helped me reflect on what key points in my life that I really want to highlight in my fun quilt. Now, I want to make it a little more whimsical and fun. You may want to add applique. You put your personality into the quilt. That's the biggest thing I want you to take away, is it has to represent you. I'm a little quirky, you know that, so I like fun, different things. So I will put little words in it and things that represent me in my life. And so as you're looking at the screen, you'll see that this is my concept of my quilt. And first and foremost, you'll see highlighted in the center is where I got married, and that was the Salt Lake Temple. So I went and I kind of made a block that represents the Salt Lake Temple, and let me show you what it looks like. It's pretty similar to what you see on the screen. So that kind of gave me my guideline as I was putting this together. And the next thing I want you to take away from this, as you're designing your story, use grid paper and use the internet to kind of find concepts or ideas, and then put them, print them off, put them on the ground, and start putting them together. That's kind of what I've done to kind of piece my life together. That was first and foremost what I wanted to represent. So it's going to be highlighted in the center because that was a very special day, and I am married to a very wonderful man. And so yeah, that was what I wanted to highlight. Now, the three little gnomes represent three of my children who are living. I have one that's passed away, so the angel up above represents the one that passed away. And those were key important features that I wanted to highlight on my quilt. Now, I haven't got the gnomes done yet because they're not turning out exactly how I wanted, and I want to picture it in my head. So I'm still working on those. But the other thing I want you to take away is take your time. Don't rush it. Don't accept something that is mediocre to you. You won't like it. This is a quilt that represents your life, and everything about it should be just the way you want it. So take your time and unpick and resize and do what you have to do to make it work. Okay, so the three gnomes, and the reason they're gnomes is because we're Jeromes, and I always like to have a play on words, and I call this Jernomes, and I really like gnomes. So that's what my three kids represent. My son, CJ, he likes green, so he's the green gnome. My son, Charlie, he likes purple, so he's purple. And my daughter, Aubrey, she likes black. But I didn't want to do just black, but it might be. It might be just some fun plaids and polka dots to represent her. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, very reflective of my life. So you'll see a cow up in the corner. I lived in Wisconsin for a while, and Wisconsin's a dairy state, so the cow represents Wisconsin. The two yellow blocks are my cheese blocks. They're a representation of cheese. I thought that was a lot of fun. And then you'll see the crows. Well, my husband and I are crowing old together. Then I like cats, and my favorite flower is the sunflower. I love basket quilts, and I represented my house, but I don't think my house is going to be there for very long. I wanted to do something else because I love children's books. So another little block that I did, here's my little basket block that I did. A lot of fun, very colorful, and you can see it's similar to the one that I designed on the quilt. Here's the cheese block right here. It's a lot of fun. I did 2 different ones because I'm a twin. And this also represents that I'm a twin, but I'm a little different than my twin sister. So that's a dual representation. And then here's my crows. I thought they were a lot of fun. So notice that they're not squared up. So they turned out really cute, didn't they? It's a lot of fun, and I have them facing each other. So that was an extra little thing that was a little difficult to figure out because I'm not mathematical, but I did it. Here's my cat, and here's my sunflowers. Now my sunflowers took some work because they were a little different than regular sunflowers, but I'm really excited about how these turned out. Sunflower is my favorite flower. It's a happy flower, and so I wanted to represent my favorite flower. Now you'll notice that I live in Utah. That's the beehive state. On the border, on the 4 corners, is a beehive, and you'll see the bees flying away from it or flying to it, whatever you want to. And then we live in the mountains, so we have the mountains around us. And so the mountains are green, and then you'll see gray with a little snow peak. Yeah, so that's what that represents. I'm really excited to be able to finish this up. It's taking time, and I'm going to let it take time because I want it to be just how I envision it. So I hope that I'm going to inspire you to take your own little journey and wander through your life and have fun designing your own story quilt. And let it be a reflection of you, like mine is going to be a reflection of me. And I can't wait to show you when it comes to the Fall Festival. Actually, you know, this is pre-recorded, so I'm going to be here live and show you my fun quilt and show you what's changed on it as well. So very excited. Thanks for joining me. And now I'm going to jump into the 16X machine and show you all the fun features and how easy it is to quilt with.
Welcome everybody, thank you for joining. My name is Mark.
I'm Karla.
And today, Karla.
Yes, we're very excited about today.
Yes, we have a beautiful machine in front of us that we're going to talk about. I'm super excited to talk about this wonderful machine. I know there is thousands of hours that went into this machine to bring it to pass, all the wonderful features. Let's talk about the design and how we came up with it. It's a little different design than some of our other machines out there. You'll notice that we have the blue in color. I love the blue.
And it's 16 inches of throat space, so that's really exciting. And it just has some really great features integrated and built in. So why don't you tell us all about these nice features, Mark?
Yeah, well the first one I want to start out is the bobbin winder. Okay. The bobbin winder, this is the newest bobbin winder on this machine. It is a bobbin winder up top, optical bobbin winder.
That works great,
off.
You guys.
It does. It shuts off by itself. So beautiful bobbin winder. And then also with the bobbin winder, you're talking about the throat, Karla. The lighting of the throat.
Right. Notice under here we have under-mounted lighting where you used to get lighting just right here. Wow. We put it up a notch to elevate that experience with that extra lighting.
That's right. And then also the lighting goes into the bobbin case as well.
Yeah, notice down here, ooh, see that? Those shadows, very cool. So if you're in a darker room and you're watching that Netflix special, you don't need the light to put that bobbin case in.
That's right, you have the lighting ready for you. But there's so many wonderful features. The bobbin winder, let's go back to the bobbin winder. The machine itself, beautiful machine design, but very user-friendly, easy to use, especially when you're talking about winding for the bobbin or threading the bobbin and threading the machine. There's pad prints all over the top of the machine and on the side to show you where to wind and thread the machine, which is really nice.
It's a great guide if you have a tendency to forget and you have to pull out your instructions. Now we're going to thread our machine. And it's a little longer, so Karla has to stand on her tippy toes, but boy, we enjoy that extra throat space when it comes to quilting. Yeah, so I've just moved my thread over to the other side, and it just makes it a lot nicer as you're quilting to be able to follow along the pad printing. And so notice that right here is my first tensioner. Notice that right now we don't have a post right here. This is because this is now another tensioner. And so I'm going to thread it through this top hole first, and I'm going to bring my thread up out. And as I do so, it allows me to line my thread up over this little tension piece and floss it through. And so I'm going to pull it back this direction so it's pulled through the tensioner, and then bring it down through this hole. And I want you to be able to see, there we go. I don't have my glasses on, so it gets a little confusing.
You're doing great.
All right, and so now I'm going to take my 2 fingers like this, okay? And I'm going to, again, bring it back behind the tension knob, and now I'm going to, with my 2 fingers holding it like this, I now can floss it through and bring it towards me. Okay, now you've noticed that it's pulled through to the center. Now I can bring this bottom thread up behind the check spring, and then I can pull it down, just like that, really easy. Now we'll bring it down behind this post here and up, and we're going to thread it in this hole. And we're almost done. So notice I've just followed the instructions. Now this is really neat. If you've had thread come out of those little windy springs, now this is really going to take care of that. It's a new feature that we've put on the new 16 series machines. And now I brought it between there and the upper needle guide, and then through the needle, okay? But I'm not going to thread the needle just this second because we're going to use it to kind of practice our quilting.
I love how simple this machine is to go from or transitioning no matter what you're doing in your quilting.
It is very user-friendly and it's very approachable. So that upgrade experience isn't going to be intimidating for you. And you'll notice, okay, we have it on the Cutie tabletop fabric frame. Well, it's not on the table. It's on
its legs.
It's on its legs. It has legs that you can use because this is a more dedicated system now because you're upgrading to a 16-inch machine. Now we put it on the legs because the legs are height adjustable. So you can either sit or stand, which is great. I love sitting and quilting, and you can also adjust it so it works well for you. If you're more petite and you need it down lower, set it down lower. If you're taller and you don't want to be hunched over like this, raise it up. So it works well for you and how you quilt.
That's right. And I love the size. It is still only 4 feet.
Right.
Right? So we're not talking about a huge amount of space that they need to be able to put in their sewing room or wherever they want in their home.
Replace the coffee table in the room and you've got it. It's good to go.
That's right. So I love it. And I love the height adjustability because some people, you're right, want to stand, want to sit, and it's really easy to adjust. They have the couple bolts on each side and then you're good to go on the adjustment.
Yeah, the big thing is that now you can adjust the quilting area. And all you need to do is lift these levers up and you'll extend it out. You'll pull the machine forward and so you can extend it out as far as you need to, and then you'll just lock it into place.
I love that. So the 16, Karla, we just adjusted it without tools.
Right.
You can adjust the cutie frame to go from a smaller machine to this beautiful 16-inch machine by just lifting up the levers on each side, and you can pull this out.
Right, and with the cutie frame, it's easy to shift your fabric, so it allows you to quilt any size quilt. You're not limited in the way you want to quilt, and limited on the size quilts you can quilt. So this machine just allows you a lot more capabilities and allows you stitch regulation. If you don't have stitch regulation and you haven't been using it, boy, that is a great feature.
It is. It's the best feature. It is built in. Talking about built in, let's look at the screen. Okay. I love the screen. So the screen is integrated with the machine itself. Here is where we can navigate through the settings of the machine. This has 4 stitch modes. We talked about the regulation. So this has the precise and
Right.
cruise, which both have the regulation
Right.
built into it. Now, I love precise. Now, cruise, that's a different kind of stitching because it constantly goes up and down as you stop. On the screen, I'm going to go ahead and move it right to cruise. And we're doing at 5% of the machine speed. I could increase that all the way up to 25. Okay, and back down to 5. I'm going to bring it back down to 5. Now, I'm going to go ahead and hit the start button on the handlebars. We'll talk about here in a minute. But I'm going to hit start, and you notice that it's just going to go at the 5% of the machine.
And that's the needle going up and down. It's at 5%. But he
Yep.
could raise that and make it go faster.
That's right. And listen how smooth that is. I'm going to move that around, and you can see it's regulating. So when I'm slowing down or speeding up, but that cruise allows you to do very intricate designs and filling in those gaps by having it constantly go up and down.
Right.
I just love that. Now, it has needle jog built into this. Needle jog is really nice because it allows you to move your needle down to position if you want to pick up where you left off, or you just want to see if your needle is in spot to start again where you left off, right? And now we're going to hit the needle jog, and as you notice, the needle point is going to go ahead and move down in increments. And I just love that needle jog feature.
It is a really nice feature, especially if you're using the automation. It really helps hone in your placements. It's really nice.
Okay, that's just a couple of the modes. So it has precise, cruise, base, and manual, and the needle jog. There are other features on the screen, Karla, that we love. There's one in the middle that I want to let you talk about, that button right in the middle that says edge. What is that edge?
It's the edge warning feature. It's a feature that allows you to quilt without bumping the front or the back of the machine or the sides. When you're using the Cutie tabletop fabric frame or any hoop style frame, not even that, even the rolling frames, we kind of have a tendency to be quilting and then forget that we can hit the back of the machine and throw off our stitches. So the edge warning is just like a warning in your car. It's going to warn you when you're getting close. And I love it when I'm using the ruler base and ruler work, or if I'm free motion quilting and edge to edge design, it allows me it gives me that warning that tells me I'm getting close to the edge or to the side or to the front, to the back, and that I need to move the other direction. It is invaluable because how many of you have hit the back of the machine and thrown off your stitch? I know, several times. And it allows you not to have to tape either. So you don't have to mark your parameters on your hoop frame. This just takes that out and you don't have to take those extra steps. So nice feature.
It is
I
a
love
beautiful
the feature.
Yes, and I love how you described it as like a car. You're moving up. It won't
Right.
crash into any of the sides. That is perfect.
Not a bumper car here.
That's right. And then also this machine is really fast.
Yes, it is. It's 1,700 stitches per minute. That is a very fast machine. Very intuitive to how you want to quilt.
That's right. Okay, so again, we're talking about our beautiful 16X machine, okay, our newest line of the machine. Elevate your quilting from your smaller machine to this brand new 16-inch machine that stitches 1,700 stitches per minute with all the wonderful features. And we just touched upon a little bit of these features with the threading, the lights, which by the way, we can dim.
Oh yeah, you can adjust the lighting too, just like make it nice and romantic or loud and in your face. You can have it your way. This is really designed to help you quilt the way you want to quilt.
That's perfect. Help quilt the way you want to quilt. That's almost saying that we always have those quilters who may
Right.
be scared,
Yes.
transitioning. You know, this machine, it sounds like it's going to really, it's a positive.
Well,
positive
even
note
I
going
get
up.
a little intimidated every quilt I do. You get anxiety. You spend so long on your top and you've pieced it with tender loving care and you're so excited to get that extra quilting on it and you're just like, oh, can I do this? I get anxieties every quilt I do, but if you just do that little bit of practicing before, this is just going to kind of ease you in and make you comfortable with your abilities and give you that confidence.
That's right. And with how easy it is to navigate through,
Oh,
that
God.
confidence building
It's
is going to be
smooth,
pretty
too.
fast. Yep, your confidence will go pretty fast through the roof, actually. Okay, the handles. I
they're
love the
adjustable.
handlebars.
So yeah, so they're telescoping handles. So for you who are more petite and have a little shorter distance, you can telescope them out so that you can have them out here. You are taller, then you want a little closer, you can adjust them up and down. You can make it so that you're not turning, you can get right in there and do your small little stipple stitches. And then the buttons are just right here. I love our new handles. They are so easy to use and very, very, very comfortable.
Okay, I love the button on the handlebars. Okay, there's 4 simple buttons, and the ones on the right has the start button and the stop. There you go, and needle down. Very simple. And the ones on the left would increase or decrease the speed or the stitches per inch. All right, how light is this machine as you're moving it around?
It is very light and it's very smooth. Now you would think with a lighter machine it's going to kind of get away from you. It does not. It is very, very smooth. I'm really proud of this machine and the time and the energy that we have taken to make it work so well for you as a quilter. Karla didn't have to nag a lot. The out-of-the-box experience is just going to be amazing to you. It comes with detailed instructions, and even the box itself is part of the experience of putting the machine together, putting the wheels on the machine. We really went through and thought of those details of how easy is it for you to lift up out of the box and put the wheels on and the encoders on, just all those little details that make it even that more special and that more intuitive.
Out of the box experience is really big, right, as you're getting the machine out. All right. We're on this cutie frame with our 16-inch, the cutie frame with the legs. We can adjust it. Are we looking, should we go ahead and put the quilt
let's
on
put
the
the quilt
legs?
on and
Or on the
let's kind of
machine?
get started with, we've got it threaded, then we'll thread on needle. So what I'm going to do now, you'll notice that we were caught up on that, but I'm going to take the clamps off and I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up your project with your 16 on the cutie frame. And now it's just the cutie frame because it's not on a tabletop.
Yes.
You can say it has nice legs though.
Yes, you can.
What quilter doesn't want to hear those words?
That's right. Nice legs.
And I brought this project in because it was kind of fall-ish.
It's
And it
beautiful.
is actually bigger, so it will work really well. Now we're to my favorite part, the quilting. I love to quilt. And so what I'm going to do is come over here to my corner and I'm going to position my needle right over here in the corner. I'm just going to use my nice needle up, needle down button. I love having it right here with my start and stop. And then I'm just going to insert it and pull up my bottom thread. Now as I pull up my bottom thread, it's as easy as that. And now I'm just going to kind of go around the blocks and do some up-down stitches and just have fun. That's the point about this. It's going to elevate your experience, but most of all, it's going to bring the fun into quilting. And that's what we want for you here at the Grace Company. We don't want blood, sweat, and tears. We just want happy quilters.
Yes.
And that's what we are. And see how smooth that is? I'm just going to do some up, down. And I have in the regulated cruise mode. So I'm going to come down, and now I'm going to come along this, and I'm just going to do back and forth. So hang on here. I had to get that thread out of the way because I didn't stop and cut it. Just have fun quilting and doing what you want. Now, to position me back up over, to go up and down, I'm just going to do the same thing. I went along that ditch line to get over to the next one. And now it's going to bring me down, position me so I can go back and forth. So notice my orange squares are my back and forth, and my white squares are my up and down. And everybody asks why I have my hand here. I don't know. I just do. And now I'm going to come up and down and have fun. That's what quilting's all about. It's not a complicated stitch here that I'm doing, that I'm making. Mark, you want to try it?
Oh no, you're doing.
Come on, Mark.
Well, it's so beautiful. I'm not
And
gonna
it's
mess
so
that
smooth.
up. Yeah, so smooth, so beautiful. I'm not gonna mess that up.
So now I'm going to come back this way because I want to come down and come up and down. Man, so much fun. Now I'm going to come back like this. Okay, so now I'm over here. I'm going to go along this stitch line and come back up. You notice I'm not even counting how many I'm doing. I'm just having fun. And I'm going to end right here in this corner. There you go.
Well, Karla, love our 16-inch machine. It
Love
is
it.
new, it's smooth, it's easy, user-friendly, beautiful.
You'll
Yeah.
love it. Come and see how it works and join us for the rest of the Fall Festival. Thanks.
Yep,
We'll
thank
see ya.
you.
Hey, my name is Meg and I am a quilter, an improv quilter usually, but other types of quilting too. And today I want to make a harvest moon quilt with you to celebrate the season we are currently in. There's a printable that you guys can use to make this. 6 pages, makes a little over 18-inch circle, or you can just make your own, and that would be okay. So you need your tape and your regular scissors, no fabric scissors, as we know. And we're going to cut these out and we'll tape them together and then cut them out. There are diamonds on the pages that you just need to align. So I have cut out my Harvest Moon template, which is just a really big circle. You can do this project to make this in a smaller scale. It doesn't need to be this size. I just want to, go big or go home, right? So now what we're going to do is work on some improv quilting. Basically, I'm going to create a new fabric using scraps of old projects. And I'm going to create a new piece of fabric that I can cut this out of. And it's going to have lots of different oranges and yellows, so it'll look very much like the Harvest Moon. While I do have lots of yellows and oranges in just my fabric stash, I like to use as many scraps as I can because I've accumulated a lot. You probably have too. So I'm picking out oranges, yellows. I could probably do like a light red or a pink. Really, it's up to you. Now that I've got my medium-sized pile of scraps, I'm going to go and iron all these because they have been shoved in my scrap bucket. With improv quilting, the only rules are ones that you kind of create for yourself. So for this project, I've created that I'm going to use yellows and light oranges, and I'm going to include curves. Your rules don't need to include that. You could have rules that are you're going to do just straight lines. The kind of improv quilting I'm doing here with curves is not what you have to do. I think it complements the moon shape, but it could also be interesting to have lots of different sized straight pieces at different angles because that would really contrast the circular shape of the moon that we're creating. So the thing about improv is it's a space to create and to explore. That's the beauty of it. It's a place to play. We all need a little bit more play. Let's get to cutting. In order to get curved pieces that are going to naturally sew well together, I layer the pieces over top of one another in order to cut them. So for example, I'm going to put these two together. I layer one fabric on top of the other. Now here is the tricky part. I'm going to flip this smaller bit of fabric over top and keep all the pieces where they are so I can keep that aligned. I just move slowly. All right. And then I pin. If you feel really comfortable with curves, you do not need to pin as much. I find if you're frustrated by them or you're just starting, it's a really good idea to go down and just pin several times. We're going to set this aside to sew in a minute. We're going to cut a few more of these. For this one, I am going to put one piece of fabric down and layer the other one on top. I don't have to follow this curve. What I can do is create my own curve. I just need to make sure I know where the other piece of fabric ends, since we're not working with kind of a standard size. Look, I'm going to create more of a curve this way. I take those pieces from this darker orange off. And now I'm going to do that careful flip. Okay. I've got it pinched. Now there are times where I will just put the one pin in where I flipped it. But if curves aggravate you, I would suggest pinning them throughout. So I've got 2 chunks put together. We're going to add a few more. I start with my bottom piece of fabric. I'm going to lay my next fabric on top, getting them nice and flat. So I'm going to show you a strategy that can be helpful if you're new to curves or this makes you a little bit nervous. So the Friction pin, some people swear by them, some don't. I am just going to make a mark, kind of like when you're sewing clothes and you have the marks on the pattern that tell you where things should align. This is another strategy that's helpful. And then you can put pins in these spots. The Friction pins, the ink disappears with heat. All right, now I'm going to do my careful flip. I'm actually going to start at this one. I'm making sure that my little lines match up. Pin them together. And then I'll go on and match up my other marks. I'm matching up those lines, pin together. That way I know that my curve is not getting stretched out, which is always the concern, isn't it? All right, this one is ready to be set aside to be sewn together. Oh, I like these together. That's very nice. Okay, I am going to trim this yellow piece down because I know I don't need quite this size piece. All right, I liked those so much together. I am going to do that again. Oops. Do have to unclip your rotary cutter in order to use it. I think that's the funny thing about filming what I'm doing is then you get to see all the mistakes people make because, gosh, have you ever made anything without making mistakes? When I go in to sew these, you know, I have pinned the piece throughout. I usually go to where one of the pins is already, even though I'm starting kind of in the middle. I also sew curves with my walking foot. I have found that it's helpful. You don't have to do it that way. Of course, we take our pins out. As I am sewing, I am going to slowly pull this bottom fabric towards the left and move my top fabric to the right because to get them to line up, we go that way. And I just go slow. So again, I'm moving my top yellow my orange bottom this way and the yellow's going this way. Now here's where you can use tools. Sometimes I'll take a pen or my seam ripper just to kind of hold things where I need them to be. Okay, now I'm going to go to the point where I started. Now that I have my seam, it is a curve. So in order to release the curve, to make it a little bit easier for it to lay flat, I just carefully clip every once in a while. The more intense the curve, the more I'm going to put clips in it. This one is pretty little, but just be careful not to actually clip the seam that you have just sewn. Okay, I know everyone's got opinions on which way to do seams for these because we're going to have so many different seams. I press to the darker side. On other things, I press them open. For this, I press to the darker side. Now we're just going to repeat that process and then we're going to join all of these. Now that we have sewn all those different chunks together that you made, we are going to cut them together again, but now with more pieces. Let me show you what I mean. I'm thinking about colors here. These are actually two different oranges. So I'm going to have them connect like this. Yeah. Just like we did before. Whatever strategy worked well for you last time, whether it was pinning, using a Fix-On pen or some kind of like water-soluble pen to make marks or just pinning in one place, whatever that strategy was, we're just going to do it again. Now we're just doing it with bigger chunks. Okay. Same thing. Flip it over. And now I'm going to pin along the edge. Another option I have, because I've only pinned on one side of this chunk, is what I call them, I can add something to this side and cut that out. I need a piece of fabric that's going to be large enough for my Harvest Moon to fit on. Yeah, I think I'll do this. Okay, same thing. You can use that Fix-On pin strategy, creating those little lines so you know where everything's supposed to line up. You can do the pinch and flip method, whatever works best for you. Now that I've got this chunk pinned and I've got two different pieces to sew onto it, I'm not going to add any more than that. I'm going to set it aside and put the rest of these together. And then ultimately, once we have those sewn together, we'll sew the whole thing together. I think that will do well. Just as I was ironing these, I realized that my outfit matches them. That was not intentional, but it was alignment. Clearly, these colors were on my mind today. So I've already cut these two together. I know that this piece will be joined on this side. So I'm going to flip this around and add this piece down here. So just like we did to connect our two pieces, it's the same method. We're just using bigger pieces now. That's all. I'm doing the pinch and flip method. You always do whatever works best for you. So where I did the pinch, I'm going to put my pin. I do have some smaller pieces to put together. All right, I'm going to use this kind of as my anchor piece for these smaller and more detailed pieces. I got something on this in the process. Who knows what it is? The beautiful thing about improv is that I can just cut it off because I'm making up the rules here. Yeah, I don't have to keep it. It doesn't destroy the pattern. I flipped those over, get the extra scraps out of the way. I don't actually think this piece is going to work here. That's okay. Of course we do. Let's do that. All right, it's time for us to hop back on the machine and put these all together. We are going to sew all these pieces together. I'm going to take the bottom fabric, since the way they naturally lay, the bottom fabric is farther over. I'm going to take the bottom fabric and I'll gently pull, not like with tension, but just like kind of direct is maybe the better word, and take my top fabric and direct it to the other side. So I'm kind of moving the fabric in opposite directions. If you need help kind of keeping everybody where they need to be, sometimes I use a pen or I'll use my seam ripper. Since we started in the middle of this entire piece, we're going to need to go back where we started and come down the other side. So I have my hand under here moving this fabric while my top hand is directing as well. I'm trying to keep my 1/4 of an inch going. So now I've got my 3 chunks all put together. The final step is to situate these in a way that I feel like is a good fit for a moon. What I'm looking for is that the curved shapes are going to kind of go with the shape of our moon. You'll notice I've got more fabric than I need, and that's on purpose. I think what I'm going to do is connect these 2 chunks. So same process as we have done before. I am going to cut them at the same time. I match one particular point, pinch it, and then I start pinning. So we're going to connect those 2. I think after I sew them, I might add this curve in, and that's going to give it a lot of different dimension. Let me sew these together fast. I have our much larger chunk taken out here, and I'm going to add some dimension to this like mostly yellow area using this piece. I'm going to create another curve. So what really ends up making it look a lot like shading is that all of these different curves intersect. All right, pinch and flip. Okay, so now's the time where we figure out exactly where we want this. I want to incorporate all of this movement. I also want this bright yellow bit. So I am going to place this here. All right. Yeah, I think that'll work. These are handy dandy pattern weights. I always use the whatever is nearby pattern weight. Now we're ready to cut it out. We have a harvest moon.
Now I'm going to set this in black so it's really going to stand out. So we're going to do an inset circle. But in order to have enough space on the black piece, now that we've cut it out, we are going to take the seam allowance that's made into your pattern piece and we're going to take it off. Now if you're making your own, all you're going to do is 1/4 of an inch in. So your circle for your black is 1/4 of an inch smaller circle. But if you printed this off, all we're gonna do is cut that seam allowance off, and then we're gonna have the perfect size for cutting out of our black fabric. Now I'm getting out my black fabric. You could use dark blue. You could even make your own improv background using some like deep black navies, you know, to get them together. For this one, I am gonna use my pencil here so I can actually see it. So now I've placed my moon not quite centered because my plan is to cut this black fabric down just a little bit and I don't want it to be perfectly centered. Okay, now to cut out our circle. For how we do the inset circle. Give you an idea of what it's gonna look like. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, so to do the inset circle, I divide my kind of outside bit and the moon, I take each of them and fold them into 4ths, trying to match as best I can. I am gonna take this to the iron and I'm gonna iron these edges. And they're gonna be my guide for getting this circle in. You'll see I have different points here. That's what I'm going to use to match this circle. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Okay, that took a little bit of readjusting, but that's okay. It's better for me to take the time now than deal with the problem later. But you guys are quilters, so I feel like you already know that. Now we're ready to press. This fuzzy side is the wrong side of my fabric. And here is the wrong side of my moon with lots of threads to trim. I'm gonna match each of these folds and creases to the other one. And that's how I'll know that I'm getting it set perfectly. Okay, now that we've matched up all those points, I could go through and match up with more pins. I feel comfortable doing it this way, but if you'd rather add more pins to it to line everything up, that's totally okay. Now it is time for us to get this circle inset. I am straightening out my fabric, feeling around to make sure I don't have any creases that I'm gonna sew over. And I just go slow, making sure that what's coming is gonna match where these points are. So right now it's looking good. I have this hand, my left hand is underneath here. I have my hand on top of the black fabric under here. So just like before, I am pulling with one hand opposing directions. We're coming up on where everything meets and it is looking like a good match. Right, on to the next pin. Okay, we have a harvest moon. Nice big moon, but you know, I think it needs to be a little spooky. Let's see what we can do.
So you'll see I've added a bat to the harvest moon. This wasn't in my original plan, but I thought it was a really good fit. It's a raw edge applique, and there's a lot of different ways to do it. I am not going to go through all of the instructions on that because I'm not an expert at it. In fact, the first time I tried to make this bat, I messed it up. I imagine that during this process today, as you try to implement this workshop, that you're probably going to make mistakes too. And I just wanted to say that that's all right. It's okay to be learning something new and it not to go swimmingly. That's kind of the joy, isn't it? That's why we're creative people, is that we're okay being in the messy middle and making mistakes together. There are a lot of different ways to do applique. I did the raw edge. It's not perfect, but I'm really glad that I tried something new, and I think it makes a big impact on this piece. And I hope that you'll try something new here with me. I hope that you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for coming and having fun with me and creating with me. I really appreciate your time, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. Happy making. Oh, and I added an outline of a bat onto the Harvest Moon so you can use it to make your own applique in whatever way works best for you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're so excited to be here. I'm Laura Lersnoznik. I'm an account executive here at the Grace Company, and joining me,
I'm Melinda Romero, also an account executive here with the Grace Company.
Yes, we're excited to be here with you on this, actually the last day of Fall Festival.
Can you believe we've already gone through 4 days? 4 days.
It's crazy. I know, like, everyone's like, oh, 4 days, that's a long time. I'm like, whoo, where's the time gone?
It goes by so fast. It's so much fun. It's so exciting. There's so much content.
Yes.
And I wish we could go more than just the 4 days, but
I know.
Here we are.
It's really fun. We're excited to be with you. And speaking that it has been the 4 days, let's see in the comments what has been your favorite section you've seen so far, whether it's on the first day, second, or third, or maybe even today, because that fun morning segment that we kind of did with the Grace Co. shopping show and paired it with the Fall Festival, that was a really fun segment that we had there. So again, let's hear about what's been your favorite section so far. I know there was a couple that came in yesterday when we had asked this question. A lot of them really like to learn about the history of some of the quilts that we talked about, and then some of them also had mentioned a couple of the different projects the education team had done, so that was really neat. Beth, the Halloween party this morning, yes, that was, I loved watching it.
I wish I would have been invited.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, man, where's my invitation?
I know, I want to dress up.
I was thinking the same thing. I loved it. And then I thought it was really fun to guess because especially on Allegra's, she wore some nice, really tall boots. And so I think it really got people there. I was like, oh, I don't know who it is.
And it's so funny just seeing all the comments and all the guesses about who was who and then the big reveal. So it's always fun.
Yeah, it was fun. D'Amazing Mama says, love the Harvest Moon. Yes, that was fun. We've had a lot of really neat segments, and I would encourage everyone to share your favorite segments with us. And what we've done is there's been a lot of stories that we've heard from different people, whether it's our ambassadors or just some people here that we work with at the Grace Company that are sharing their stories with quilting. And that's kind of what this HBQ or the home-based quilter is. We're really excited to bring it to you guys. And again, we kind of actually launched it back at the beginning of Fall Festival, but it's a really fun opportunity to build a community with literal home-based quilters. It was really fun. I met with my Nana last night and she was like, oh, what is the shirt, and so she was so cute. She was like, you gotta help me sign up. I gotta do it, and so it was really cute, and I know everyone's just excited for it. So
it has been, and all of our friends that have joined us day in, day out, even if today might even be your first visit on a live segment, you can always go back and rewatch the segments, and if there was a video that maybe you just again wanted to go back and rewatch, you can find all of the content right online, and it's always going to be a helpful resource, today, yesterday, all the days in Fall Festival, but of course going forward as well.
Yes, that's absolutely right. That's where you can go to your event schedule, and then it's the next tab over. It's called the Watch Now, I think is what it is. So that's really fun, where you can go back through and rewatch those segments. And I know especially some of them that talked about patterns or anything like, you can actually go back through and find those patterns in there. So you can do it yourself or kind of put your own twist on it. So that's really fun.
I know I'm going to go back and rewatch Jackson doing feathers.
Yes, I know. There was a couple comments that came in.
He made it look so easy, and I know I struggle with feathers. How about those don't look like feathers?
A little something else, yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, and then we have Brenda. Julie's segment yesterday on the history of quilts. That was a really neat one. It was cool to see. They dated back quite a ways, a lot further than I maybe would have thought quilts could last, I guess. But it just goes to show if you preserve them and take care of them, that they really can be passed down for generations.
Yes,
so
yes.
That was a really neat one. And I know there was a couple that talked about, Jackson's segment in there, because it was really neat to see him do it. And then I think one thing that I kind of forgot about, I did the yesterday live with Maddie. And she, just before that segment, it was Courtney and Jarek, and they did a little bit of some free motion. And there's some comments like, oh, you guys are beginners. And Maddie reminded me that they are. Actually, Courtney, for hers, it looks like she did just an amazing job. She had spent months on other projects practicing those designs so that she could, really get the feel for it down. So I thought that was really neat. Or kind of a good reminder for me that it's like, yes, right off the bat, you're probably not going to get it. But if you keep practicing, you'll get there.
Yes. Practice makes perfect. That's for sure. Laurel, there's, in all of the quilts that have been submitted, I think some of my absolute favorites have been some of the memory quilts. Yes. I love looking at those. They come from the heart. I mean, everybody's project comes from the heart. But those memory quilts, there's definitely a story behind those. So
they are. Yeah,
I love those.
I've loved hearing about those as well. It's really neat to see, just the history behind it. It's, again, something in the stories you hear, I'm like, I can't believe that's what made this beautiful quilt come about. So yes, I love that. Chart says, I have learned so much. I love it all, but I guess if I had to say, it would be the free motion work and how to use the Quilt Motion Pro, as I just got it in July, and you're learning.
That is awesome. Automation. For me, it was very intimidating. It still is. It's like, I know so much, but I don't know enough. And we always fear the unknown. We don't know what we don't know, and trying a new tool and seeing how it works and what we can actually do with it. It's definitely a journey. So, keep up with your quilt motion. Learn it. It will become easier. Have fun with it. I know I have fun with it, and just keep going. That's really the ultimate thing that we can say is keep going. Finish those quilts. Don't have a stack of UFOs hiding somewhere. Get those finished. You'll feel better about your projects. You'll gain that experience. And again, the more you do it, the better you become.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Mari Linden, Karla's story and life quilt was such a great segment. My mind is spinning on what I would include on my own life quilt. I thought that was a really neat segment as well, because I actually think I did the same thing myself. I was like, what would I put on my quilt, And then I thought just some of her little clever ideas to include things from kind of where she's at now in life, but then also pull from a little bit further in the past. I thought that was a really neat idea to put on a quilt.
Oh, definitely. And it's something we all grow from our experiences, and I would, in a sense, almost equate it to a vision board. I have I've done multiple vision boards just at home, and they're great. But to be able to kind of embody that on a quilt and keep it forever, I never really thought of doing that before. But now it's like, maybe I will do that.
Yeah, I thought that was a really neat idea, to definitely do that. I didn't think about the vision board, but that is kind of in a sense what it is. I really like that idea with it. And there's been some wonderful things we've seen. Oh, let's see. Judy Johnson, do y'all have fun at work all of the time? Yes, we do. We really do love it, and there's we love the comments as well. I think that's, at least that's one thing that I really enjoy about it, is I love being able to see that interaction, because that's what helps us connect with quilters all over the world, which I think is still crazy. And I still don't know if I fully grasp that idea, just because I'm like, oh, someone from Wisconsin. I'm like, yeah, it's a couple. Oh wait, that's a lot further away than I thought, And so it's just neat to be able to see that and have all those comments come in.
I think we have a very unique opportunity here at the Grace Company. So yes, we're in our office space. We get to participate in these wonderful live events. We get to travel for shows and meet with customers all across the country, even the world for that matter. And I can't think of any other company where you would really have this unique experience, being talking, conversing, so closely with our customers about something they're so passionate about. You think of quilting, and it's a hobby. I would say it's a lucrative hobby, and there's so many, age ranges and everything that kind of embodies the quilting group as a whole. It's just amazing being able, just the position we're in and the opportunities we're given. I love it here. So yes, absolutely have fun day in, day out. And I couldn't think of anywhere else I'd want to be.
Yeah, it is really fun. I know Nathan, being my dad, he, when I was a little bit younger, he used to do quite a bit more traveling. And so we'd always joke, we're like, are you really in the quilting business? Like the quilting business takes you across the world, And so we used to joke that he was like a secret agent or whatever, and quilting was his cover. Because it's just crazy. Because he Germany, Europe, Australia, and you're like, what? Are you sure?
Why are you going there? Really? What's going on?
Yeah, and so that was always the running joke, and it kind of still is to this day that he really, is a secret agent, and quilting's the cover there, so it's always kind of fun.
Yes.
And then again, thank you everybody for the comments. I know there was a couple that came in just saying, a couple of those segments you've really loved. One of them, especially going back to that automation, is it is something that is exciting, and I'm glad you're learning and being able to still learn, because especially with that automation, there is a lot that you can continue to do and learn from it. Even now, as Melinda said, there's a lot but there's even more you can continue to learn. So it's really wonderful, and again, we encourage everyone to share those stories. Roxanne said, I have so many UFOs, I'm surprised I don't have a little green man running around my house.
That is funny. Where's the little green man?
That's cute. Oh, yes. Wonderful. I just want to remind everybody, we are going to do 2 different giveaways here. We're going to choose 2 that I've chosen from those that have pre-registered. So we'll be giving away the light bar and then a quilter's combo. And so before we kind of get into those giveaways, I want to talk a little bit about our specials that we have, or sale prices that we have going on. Because yes, right now those are some wonderful items, and I hope you guys all win it, honestly.
I know. I wish everybody could win. Yes. But then my email box would be like, it already is. We've given away so many prizes during these last 3.5 days. It's been amazing. And I'm getting through everybody's emails as quickly as possible. We'll begin shipping prizes out here probably early next week. So please be patient. You will get a reply back to your email. Again, it's just taking a little bit longer to get through those emails than last go around, but we'll get there.
Yes, wonderful. Yeah, Melinda's great at doing it, and I'm glad that Melinda does it. Because there is a lot that comes in, because Melinda's right. We give a lot away.
A lot.
So, yeah. So yes, we're grateful for Melinda and her taking that time. So yes, if you'll just please be patient, but we absolutely will get you taken care of on that. But again, with the show specials, some of them, specifically on some of those frames, are specific only through the 16th of October.
And that's this Sunday.
Yes, I was going to say, it's coming up real quick. So you do have a little bit of that weekend, but it is going to end. And again, like right now, especially on that Q frame, that's $589. It has never, ever been
I told
that
Mark
low.
yesterday, it's like, we must be crazy. Like, we're crazy for selling these products, the cutie especially, at such a phenomenal price.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
But we want to make sure, anybody who doesn't have one, has the opportunity at such that low pricing, to make it possible to get for themselves. So
yes, yeah, wonderful. And then we have the Q's on hoop frame on sale the Q Zone Queen frame, and then even that Continuum frame is on sale. And then, you know, in this first morning segment, Jarek, or the mummy, you know, brought in the 16 series, and that is wonderful, especially right now because, you know, it's talking about we're crazy, you know, we're giving you, with the purchase of the machine, a free frame.
Yes, yes. And not just the 16 series, the 19X Elite and the 21X Elite, both of those come with that Continuum 2 frame. 8 foot, 10 foot, 12 foot, available sizes. And again, you know, just to reiterate, we are crazy with these promotions.
Yes, we are crazy. You know what? It's good.
I think you have to be a little bit crazy to work here, though.
Yes, that's a requirement. You know, if you want a job, you gotta be a little bit crazy.
Just a little.
Just a little bit, yes. But yeah. So again, kind of the two giveaways we're doing. First, we're going to be giving away that Quilters combo. So this is a really wonderful combo because it's really one of our most popular because it comes with 3 key things that are going to help get you started. So Melinda, why don't you go ahead and tell us what comes in that combo?
Okay, so our most popular ruler size, it's the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. The rulers all have the guide, or not the guide, but the ridge right on the ruler. It also comes with our 45 millimeter comfort cutter. The comfort cutter, again, works hand in hand with our rulers. So you have a perfect straight cut, easy, safe, accurate every time. And then of course we have those true grips to round out that package. Place the true grips right on the back of your ruler, so you know you're reducing the slipping and sliding as you're cutting. So again, safe, easy, accurate, all the way around.
Yes, it's wonderful. And again, this is like we're giving away for free here. And it usually retails for $65.85. So this is a wonderful chance that, again, it really comes with those 3 key ingredients to either add to what you have with your cutting or to help get you started on that. And so it's a wonderful thing. And even if you don't win it, you aren't the winner here, we do have it where True Cut is discounted for the month of October. I believe it's for 20%.
Yes.
Through the month of October. So now is the time, if you've ever seen it, or like, I don't know if it works, get it, find out, see if it works, because it absolutely does.
Yes, and I see so many comments come through on our True Cut Facebook, even here with our fall festival. Oh, I have the cutter, but I don't have the rulers.
Yes.
So now's a perfect opportunity. If you already have your cutter, round out that package with rulers, the true grips, even the sharpeners. So
yes, wonderful. Well, let's go ahead and do a drum roll. Again, we'll be giving away this Quilters combo.
Yes.
And then again, this is chosen from those that are pre-registered, so we will be reaching out to you because we do have that contact information. But let's do a drum roll here. Woo! Yes. Awesome. We'll probably say it wrong. Is it
Perry Ann Bogenstedt?
There we go.
I hope I didn't butcher it too bad.
But yes, congratulations.
Congratulations.
We're excited to be getting that out to you. And again, stay tuned because Melinda will be reaching out to make sure we get you your prize.
Yes.
But the next one we're going to be giving away is a 10-foot Luminous light bar. So this is wonderful. Actually, this morning, Devin brought in a 5-foot light bar to Janna's wonderful party. And they talked a little bit about this, but it's wonderful because it is height adjustable. And then you will see there, it also sits on casters, so you are able to really move it to wherever you want. I've had people use it over their cutting space, and then they may potentially move it to where they're actually quilting, so it is something that you can really take anywhere with you. And then it's wonderful because again, Janna kind of had mentioned it this morning, but it is LED and then it is true color, meaning that it's not going to cast any hue or yellow hue on your quilt top, which is really nice because it helps, again, give you accurate colors on that fabric as well as the thread you're using.
Yes, and with sewing, with quilting, there's no such thing as too much light. So
yes,
the light bars are amazing. Well, should we go ahead and
let's do a drum roll.
Drum roll.
Yes, again, this is that 10-foot light bar here. Woo! This is a wonderful one. I love it. I feel like I need one. Pat
Sabelski, congratulations, Pat.
Wonderful. You'll absolutely love that. And again, it is going to be that full 10-foot light bar for you. So we'll be reaching out to you on that. But kind of as we are getting ready to move into our next couple of segments, there's one thing I do want to mention. So not the one following us here, but the one just after. It is actually a studio tour. So this is a fun
That's
one.
awesome.
It is. It'll be really neat to see inside of some of the quilters' studios, and with it, we're doing it's what it's called an I Spy. So throughout it, you'll have different prompts that are going to help you and remind you to be putting that word in the comments, and we'll be choosing it. Or the first person to comment it in all different platforms. Again, you do want to be the first person to comment it.
Yes.
And again, it'll prompt you on what word it is you're going to want to comment.
Yes. So think about I Spy with my little eye. It's a very similar concept. So again, keep an eye out for those clues. And make sure to add your comments, be the first one to win an awesome prize. And that prize, it's the home-based quilter
goodie bag.
Goodie bag, yes. So pretty neat items within that bag.
Yeah, so yeah, again, just keep an eye out. Again, throughout those videos, it'll come again, kind of prompt you of what keyword you're gonna want. And again, you are gonna wanna be quick, so get those fingers rolling now, because it is gonna be chosen for the first person to comment those, again, on their different platforms. So I believe that's gonna be our Grace platform, YouTube, as well as Facebook. So there is a chance, maybe get 3 different computer screens going up, get one on each, maybe win all 3 there. So just keep an eye out. Again for that, but we're gonna go ahead. I think the next segment we have is some more HBQ stories, or that home-based quilter stories. So thank you for joining us, and we're gonna go ahead and get right into that.
All right, see you later, everybody.
My name is Jackson and I'm a proud home-based quilter. Today I'm sharing my story on how I started sewing and quilting. So my journey began 10 years ago in 2012. And I was only 10 years old. And I'd seen this lumberjack hat and I fell in love with it. It was just so nice looking. It looked so warm and so comfortable, and all I knew is 10-year-old me had to have one. So then I started looking around, and unfortunately there wasn't anything that I felt was a match for myself. So that's when I said to my nan, who used to do a bit of square dance, sewing and whatnot, I said, "Nan, you can sew, can you make me this hat?" And she goes, "Oh, all right." So I go over to her house one day and watch her draft the pattern, and we go shopping for the fabric. That's the best bit, fabric shopping. And once we'd gone fabric shopping and all, we went back and I watched the whole process of how she created the hat. And I was so intrigued. And I turned around and said, "Nan, I can do that." And she goes, "Don't be silly, it's got curved seams, you'll never be able to do it. Just don't even try." And so I spent the next hour convincing my nan, "I can do it, I can do it. Nan, look, I can sew a straight-ish line, I can do it." And I got the pattern in the end, and I went home, and 3 attempts later, I'm on the phone to Nan. "Hey Nan, I've just done it, you are not going to believe it, it actually turned out perfect." She's like, no, you couldn't have." So next thing you know, I'm in the car on the way over to Nan's to show her that I'd made it. And I walked in and she goes, "You didn't make that?" I'm like, "Yes, I did." The proof was in the pudding if she had seen the seams. But she was quite surprised and shocked that I'd actually achieved that. And my biggest takeaway from that, which I always reflect on quite proudly, is that you can do anything if you put your mind to it. And most importantly, you never know if you never give it a go. So after I'd made the hat, I would wear it everywhere. It was like whoever was in the lumberjack hat, it was me. It was like the next trend, I thought. So everyone then started going, "Oh, I like your hat. Who made it? Where'd you get it from?" I'm like, "Well, I made it. It's my kind of thing." And next thing you know, I was making hats for friends, family, random people just wanting hats. And I'd started to make a stockpile of the hats. Now I'm still in school, so this is like a really good little side hustle that I'm quite enjoying. And I got to the point I had so many hats in stockpile. And Mum's like, "What are you going to do with all your hats, Jack?" And I said, "Oh, you know what? Why don't we just do a market and sell these hats?" So that's exactly what we did. Now, I will put an overlay of my first market stall here. And what happened was, it was just a trestle table that had a table top of hats. And I thought I was so cool. It was a hit. And then I did a few more markets through the winter. Now, my family thought, once Jackson's done with the winter and the hats, he'll give up sewing. Like, it's just a phase of sewing, it won't go any further. Well, I was like, nah, Christmas is coming up. I want to make Christmas stockings and all of that. Because I was really enjoying the whole process of taking a flat object and making it a three-dimensional object, or, you know, taking something and transforming it into something better, you know, taking it from what it was and leaving it in a better format. So I really enjoyed that. And so I did Christmas range, then January hit. Now in Australia, January is school holiday. So I had a lot of time and I knew school was going back soon. So I made pencil cases and all these cool back to school things and just kept evolving. Now at this point, the market organizer said, look, we're sick of calling you Jackson for our socials. We are calling you House of Jackson. And honestly, it just stuck. It's like House of Jackson, boom. And it's been like that ever since. And from that, I went on for 4 or 5 years with the markets. And then I got to the point where in my town, those that appreciated the work could do it themselves. And there was also people who would see it and go, oh, it's too expensive and all this. And markets weren't quite as viable as they once were. So I looked at it and I said, well, I don't want to give up. I'm too passionate about it. I love what I'm doing. And at this point I realized there's other like-minded people who enjoy sewing as well. Now, during my market stalls, I'd also taken up patchwork and quilting. I'll put an overlay of a video here with my first quilt I ever made. Well, proper quilt, I shall say. My very first quilt, I didn't know what batting or backing or the whole process. I did not know. So we all have a journey there. I will share that in another video series along the lines. But I'd also taken up quilting during that time as well. And I thought, well, there's so many other passionate people out there. I'm passionate. Why don't I teach them and share my passion and share my tips and tricks with how I get nice results to help them? And so that's exactly what I did. I started doing classes on patchwork and doing classes on just basic sewing. And another thing too, I was also quilting on a little domestic machine. I was quilting so many quilts on a small domestic and I was like, there's got to be a better way, but I'm loving the process. And so then I started teaching and all of that fun stuff and I was enjoying it. And unfortunately, lockdown hit. That was a bit of a shock because my whole plan had come to an end almost. Well, at least that's what it felt like. But one thing was for sure, when I was quilting on a domestic machine, I always said, one day I would love a long arm. It was just like my dream. And I thought, well, lockdown's here. I want to make some of my dreams come true. So I took up a job working in retail because unfortunately I couldn't teach, but I needed an income. And so I was working and I purchased my first long arm and I was so happy with myself. And I was just really enjoying, you know, the ease and just the effortlessness of it all. And so I was absolutely having a ball, loving the whole process. And I got a studio, which I'm currently in now. And it has been my creative home for the last 2 and a bit years, which I've thoroughly enjoyed almost every day in the studio. And it's become a really nice place to be. And I've now got a beautiful 21 Pro behind me, which I use every day. And I'm quilting quilts for myself, making quilts, writing patterns, along with quilting other people's quilts as well. And one thing that brings me a lot of joy is being able to connect with like-minded people who all have a unique story and their own kind of creative. And what's even more amazing is being able to look at someone else's quilt, and even if it's not my favorite taste, even irrespective of if it's not for me, I don't look at that. I look at the effort they've put in, the passion that has powered them to create that quilt. And for me, that is what the quilting community is all about. And that's why I love being in it. And that's what I'm loving the most about my journey, is sharing my passion and engaging with other passionate people and sharing our journeys together. You know, it's quite phenomenal.
My name is Nicole Moore with So Much More. I can remember at a young age visiting my grandparents' house, and I would go to my grandfather's woodworking shop, which was just his garage, and help him paint some of the crafts. Inside the house, Grandma would be crafting and plotting her next item for the local craft fair. Now, on my mother's side, my grandmother had 6 children. She was into all sorts of things creative. She did ceramics, she did stained glass, but her very favorite of all was quilting. She loved teaching us what she learned. Now, because my grandparents took the time to share their love of creativity with me, I'm more than happy to share what I know with the younger generation of my family. The women in my family took a supporting role in nurturing my creativity. You see, there are several women in my family that love to sew and quilt, and it all started with my grandmother. We decided it would be a great idea for all of us to get together as often as we possibly could. Sometimes we had a group project, and other times we just worked on whatever we wanted to. The point was to get together and learn from each other and just have a great time doing what we loved, which is sewing and quilting. We've been getting together and doing this for over 20 years, and we have never left a retreat without planning the next one. One of our more recent gatherings was at my aunt's house. During this retreat, 3 of my nieces were able to attend. It is so great to see these young girls get involved in a craft that has so much meaning to our family. Throughout the years, we have invited several of our close friends to join our family retreats. Our numbers have grown and we couldn't be happier. Many times we have to rent facilities just to accommodate the numbers. You know, space can sometimes be an issue when you have a retreat. Over the years, I've also had an issue with space for my own personal sewing and quilting studio. However, just this year, our eldest son moved out of the house and left for university. That left us extra room. I quickly moved our youngest son to the basement bedroom and expanded my studio by knocking out the adjoining wall to the spare bedroom. With this extra space, I was able to accommodate a long arm quilting machine. This has been a dream in the making for me, and now I can fit all of my machines into my sewing and quilting studio. I recently added quilt automation, QCT5, to my long arm, and I am learning the ins and outs of being a home-based quilter.
I really fell in love with quilting in the year 2015. I had attended QuiltCon for the first time. It was in my hometown of Austin, Texas. And while I was there, I took a class on color in quilts, which was something I had never been able to really quite even wrap my head around. And in that class, we were doing half square triangles. And the teacher was showing us all the different designs you can make with half square triangles. And at that moment, I completely fell in love with quilting, and I knew I would be quilting the rest of my life. I have loved it ever since that day. Quilting is important to me because it can touch generations. When you hand somebody a quilt, they usually keep it for a long time. And even after I'm gone, I know that there'll be somebody somewhere using a quilt that I've made. The first quilt I ever made was one I made for my sister's high school graduation back in the 90s. It was so painful to make that quilt. I had to cut out my templates I drew them first, and then I cut them out of cardboard. And then I hand cut each square in that quilt. I sewed them together with probably the most uneven seam allowances you'll ever see in a quilt. I don't even know if I used a 1/4-inch seam allowance. But that quilt today is still in use. It sits in a basket in my sister's a living room, and it is snuggled and held onto and been loved by 3 children as they grew up in her household. While that quilting experience actually turned me off to quilting for a long time, the truth about it is the quilt is still loved and cherished. I'm a self-taught quilter. I quilt for the love of sewing. I'm starting a new phase on my quilting journey. I want to design quilts that anyone can make, simple quilts with easy designs that people will love, enjoy, treasure, and pass down to the next generation.
A lot of people ask, how did I get into quilting? It was one of those things about 35 years ago when my husband gave me a quilting book for Christmas because I was into sewing and I didn't know how to do it, and it was a lovely coffee table piece. Then my husband was in defence and I joined the women's community group, and all the girls were patchworking and quilting, and I thought, oh, I could try this. So my first quilt was a drunkard's path, and of course I had no idea even how to hand quilt it. So let's just say I button tied it, which was extraordinary. I still actually have the quilt. And from there, it was a love of all the scrap fabric because I didn't abide by any of the rules. Didn't know that we only used cotton. If it was shiny, I used it. If it was polyester, I used it. And then many, many years ago, I went to a trade show for sewing because I sewed commercially, sewed bridal gowns. And I saw my first quilting machine, which was a Gamel, and let's just say love was born. I was absolutely fascinated, and when the gentleman demonstrating them told me that you could use them for quilting, I had to have one. And I was very, very lucky, because you can imagine going to a bank manager and saying, can I borrow some money for a quilting machine? He would just laugh, because he probably didn't even know what that was. My sister believed in me and she had faith in me, and she had just sold a house. So my sister became the bank for my first machine, and that was more than 25 years ago. And it's been an incredible journey. So when I first started, quilting machines didn't have electronic needle up down. We used to stand at the front and wind the wheel up and have this wonderful rubber thimble on our finger so we didn't wear our finger. We had one speed, manual, flat out, or it was very, very hard to regulate. And I think this is why this is my favourite now, is to have all the features, electronic needle up down. Would I like to stop with the needle down? Would I like to just do a single stitch? Would I like channel lock? Grace have really made a wonderful machine where I have cruise, I have precise mode. It allows me to be the creative quilter that I want to be. Because for me, quilting is just like drawing with a needle. So thank you for watching. I hope you share your stories with us, and I look forward to seeing you in the future.
I'd like to introduce you to my studio. Nice, clean, and simple. And my display wall, where on the ladder to the left I display some of my finest work. Now, I would like to introduce you to the part of the community where no words are needed. Now, this room is not yet old enough, but it's getting there. I love my Unique 21X Elite. And I love my Continuum 2. Thank you for being a part of my studio tour.
This is my studio. It's actually where I started quilting just a year ago. I started with a much smaller machine, but this table and all of this space has served me well through the many, many lessons I have learned in the past year and all the time I spent with my good friend, the seam ripper. But this is what it looks like mid-project. It's pretty messy, disorganized, but it works for me, and I'm so thankful to have a space to create and the time to do so. So if you're like me and you have lots of scraps on your floor, you're not alone.
I'm Lucy Allen. I'm a Grace Ambassador, and more importantly, I'm a home-based quilter. So today I'm going to share with you my workspace. So this is my space. I'm actually really lucky. I have a Unique Pro 21, which I've probably had about 4 years. And before that, I just had a 21. This is my favorite. This is my Unique XL 21. And as you can see, this is me getting ready to pop a quilt back and quilt on. And it's just in that thing where I'm checking and I'm doing is that backing quite the right size? So this is my happy place. This is where I get to be creative. It's where I come. I enjoy this space. This is where I usually create, I try to create my masterpieces. I am very lucky. I do have a little Jack Industrial around the corner because I have a lot of older ladies and I like to actually put their quilt bindings on for them. One of my favourite things is I love to participate in different challenges. So what I like to do is, this is one of the projects I'm working on. It's called the Stash Buster Challenge. This was the Jericho Walls quilt. So for me, everything's in the sandwich bags because this is the way I try to stay organised. But I honestly don't believe you can be creative and tidy. This is probably my favourite space because I have my cutting mat, I have my pressing mat, I have my little pins, masking tape. Truthfully, it's my dumping ground. Everything goes here. So when I'm using my quilt rulers, it goes from here to here. I tend to go round and round and round in circles in this room, but it's a really, really lovely place for me to work. I'm very fortunate. I love the machines because I've got storage underneath, and just so that you do know, I am one of those people that does have 20 projects, so always on the go. So this is, I'll just pull this out so you can have a little bit of a look. This is So Kind of Wonderful's quilt. So I hide them because, and I go through stages where, I get on a theme and it will be, I do a little bit of this and then so I don't get bored, I swap in and out. But I always finish everything. Some of my quilts take a month, some of them take 2 years. But I really do love it. I love that quiet time on a Sunday afternoon where I can come in here and I have everything and I can be really, really happy. I love having the 2 machines. Lots of people say to me, why do you have 2 machines? Well, this one, the piecing wasn't quite right, so I didn't really want to shove just a digital, so I can custom on this one while I do digital on the other machine. Most of the time, I like to do all my custom. I love custom quilting. I really, really do. I love all the freehand. I love all the things that we can do. So this one's my favourite. This is what I usually, and I am lazy, I usually sit. That's what I've got my drafting chair for.
Hey, welcome to my studio. I'm just going to give a real quick tour. I want you to notice how everything has wheels or a way to move. That thing on the back is my design wheel. I'll show you more about that in a minute. This is my cutting table. Notice it's on wheels, so I move it around. I've got all kinds of books and Cricut supplies and different supplies over here. This is my ironing station. Over here is my serger, some more fabric. Then on this side of the room, you can see I have my Unique long arm. Underneath I have some IKEA cabinets, which I use to store cutting mats. And also I have a lot of threads and different supplies in those drawers. And then one of my favorite things is over here, and this is my design board. And what it is it's movable. It's like some insulation boards that my husband puts on a track up there. I'm gonna step back so you can see how awesome it is. And I can move things around and see what I'm doing. Thanks for stopping by.
Hello and welcome to the House of Jackson studio. My name is Jackson and I'm based in Armidale, New South Wales, Australia. And today I'm going to give you a tour of my studio. And it's a mess, so I'll flip the camera around and give you a tour. Okay, so when you walk in my studio, the first thing you see is my beautiful 21 Pro on the 12-foot frame. And it's got the automation, which I absolutely love. And at the moment, I have my frame set up for some filming that I'm about to do. Hence why I've got the tripods and all of the filming stuff. Then, right behind, I have one of my favorite quilts that I made. It was a bit of a process in creating, only because I made the center, left it for a few months, added a bit, left it for longer, then quilted it. So then next to my frame, I have all of my machine's accessories, along with cleaning supplies for the studio or things that I need to get to quite quickly throughout my day. Then we come down here, I have my lovely stand of finesse threads, and oh boy do I love the colour. And we've got a souvenir right here, an empty cone. It's a few quilts worth there. And then when we come around, there is some of Jackson's stuff. So I've got some fabric on bolts, and then down here are projects on the go, more projects on the go or in planning. Those three there just need binding. So UFO sighting, I think so. Then here's my sewing machine that I do all my work with, like piecing and stuff. This is my cutting table. I'm not really cutting at the moment, but I've got my lovely cutters here, and then my ruler, which I love. Go up to the storage unit because that's interesting, and this is where it gets crazy. Down here, there's the supermarket, or some people would call it the grocery store. And we're back into the mess. So this is the House of Jackson studio tour. I hope you have enjoyed.
Probably all you're going to get to see right now of my sewing room. I will pan over the mess. I am in the process of rearranging. I'm trying to find the perfect arrangement because I do still make cards and I make t-shirts. That was another thing that I forgot to mention. So I'm trying to move things around. I had hidden my design wall behind a shelf, and I decided to move the shelf, and then everything else fell apart. This is my fabric wall. I just took the wooden crates that you can find at Michael's and Hobby Lobby, and when they were on sale, I would purchase one or two, and then I just stacked them up and started filling them with fabric that makes me happy. So yeah, it's this is the neatest part of my room. So I will show you, no judging, but I will show you the rest of the room. It's bad, it's so bad. Okay, this is how bad it is. I can't even get to this machine. And I've stacked everything that was on the shelf on my tables. It's so bad. I'm so embarrassed. The reason this room looks like this is because this part of my design wall was behind that IKEA unit. And I thought, that's crazy, because I use this design wall all the time. So I decided to uncover this design wall and totally make a mess of my room. Now this is the other part of my craft room, and I can still get to this sewing machine. This room is just as big a mess. I have a whole lot going on right now. So, as you can see, I have all kinds of projects in the works, and I am a messy crafter. I think I have come to that conclusion. But this gives you an idea of what my area looks like. It's a mess, but Grace is happy, so that's what makes the difference.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great time in that I Spy Quilt Studio. I'm Janna Matthews. I'm here with a lot of friends this time.
Hi, everybody.
I've got on my left members of our education team.
It's Karla here and Amanda.
And then we've got LJ back.
Yes, I'm excited to be back here. For the winners of it was the Quilt Show, I believe.
The Quilt Show.
So I'm excited.
Yeah, so really quick, we just want to announce to everybody that thank you so much for participating in the I Spy Quilt Studio section. We did have some winners announced, but we're going to go over all the winners in our very last section today with the live event. So don't worry if you didn't catch if you were a winner or not. We're going to announce those. So we'll have all that set. But it was a lot of fun. I know we were playing here and trying to catch everything. We were like, what is it we're looking for? Oh, there it is, you know. So we were all set.
Honestly, we didn't do as well as you guys.
It's true. Yeah. It's very true. We're so happy for everybody that stuck around from this morning, the costume party. We had a lot of fun. One thing we didn't get to announce, though, was our Grace Co. Shopping Show Hot Buy for our light bars. That's 30% off. So we have that code.
It's a good deal.
It's a very good deal. So we're going to put
There
that
you
up there
go.
now. So in your cart, you want to put HBO, that's an O, not a 0, and then 30% and O off. So HBO, 30% off for that 30% off on the 10-foot, 5-foot, or 2-foot light bars. So make sure you guys get those.
It's a great deal, you guys. You need one if you don't have one. Lighting makes a huge difference.
It really does. And we were kind of showing that a little bit this morning. Allegra was leaning in and out to show the difference in her face on the light, so you can see it that way.
Less wrinkles, less wrinkles.
Exactly, there you go. So first we wanted to show all the amazing blocks that we received from all of you. Thank you so much for participating in our community quilt. We're going to show a video right now. It's going to be about 2 or so minutes, and then we'll come back on live. But we wanted to show all the amazing quilts blocks that you guys all submitted, so we're going to go to that right now.
Yeah.
Wonderful quilt block. And that was such a fun quilt. I hope you guys had so much fun supporting the community quilt. And you know, this is just such a fun way to have everybody support a quilt without having to actually send in blocks, and then we're sewing all those blocks into an actual quilt. We can do it electronically, which is so much easier.
Making them all square up and match. Ooh.
Much easier electronically. So thank you again, everybody that participated. We really appreciate it. And again, congratulations, Kimberly, on being selected for our winner. Thank you. So now we're going to go to our slideshow of all our quilts winners from our different categories.
It's exciting, you guys.
Thank you again for everybody who participated. So let's go from here, all our different wonderful slides. So again, we had a $500 gift card for the grand prize. We've got a first place, second and third prize places for $300, $200, $100, and then a judge was picked in each category and they got best of show for $500. So again, for all those people who have been chosen, we will reach out to you, or actually Melinda will reach out to you for those prizes, but we're gonna get going on each of these. So here are our quilt categories. We had UFO sightings, unfinished projects, my own kind of creative, anything goes, fantastic fall quilts, anything autumn. I really loved this category. Heebie-jeebies, didn't turn out the way you expected, new tricks, new treats, a quilt that you something new, and then show and tell quilts made by kids, another favorite of mine. So why don't we go third place, Laurel? You tell us about this one.
So this is a UFO sighting. It was My Grandmother by Shirley Allen. This was beautiful. I actually love the detailing that's gone into it. These type of things are very impressive to me. The time that it must have gone into actually piece or put that together is impressive.
Yeah, and I really like that it's not just her quilting, but it's got her trusty pin cushion and rotary cutter there as well.
Cute.
Yeah. Okay, and second place, Karla, do you want to talk about second place?
Oh yeah, this one was a Welsh whole cloth quilt, and it's by Deborah Bryce. Look at all the beautiful quilting, the detail in the quilting, man, a lot of ruler work. She probably drew it all out, and man, it looks perfect. Nice job to Deborah, and congratulations, wow.
Okay, so our third place UFO, or I'm sorry, first place, Amanda, do you want to talk about this one?
Yes, this one's Blue Crystal by Sandy Bagley. And
great last name, Sandy.
Yeah, it is beautiful. I love all the colors and it looks great.
I like that she says that it's for her California King bed, so you don't see as many California King quilts as often.
Yeah, well, I was going to say there too, it looks like that they're going to be hand quilting that one as well, so quite a feat there.
Okay, so this is My Own Kind of Creative. It's third place. Elysian Flight of Fancy by Angelia Guest.
Gorgeous.
Just beautiful. I love the butterfly border. I love that it's got that contrast between all those fun colors, but the black really makes that stand out. So congratulations, Angelia. Next, we have our second place. Karla, do you want to talk about that one?
It's, again, My Own Kind of Creative, and it's by Lisa St. Marie, and it's called Connection. And look at how sweet. She's connecting with that wonderful little horse, and just, she loves it. She has the apple behind her back. Just a fun, imaginative quilt. Very nice.
Okay, and first place, Laurel, do you want to talk about that one?
Yes, this is All My Love by Marcus by M.E. Miller. This is beautiful. This is kind of goes back to the other one I talked about there, but all the piecing, and then honestly, to get the shadow effect there is just amazing to be able to see. And I think this is a great example of there are so many different types of quilts that you can really create. And so that's wonderful.
A lot of different techniques.
And I love 151 hours just to get to that point. That's amazing. Okay, Amanda, why don't you take this one?
Okay. So this one's Flying Home by Patrice Botchin. It's really beautiful. I love the, it looks like paper pieced geese and then all of those flying geese all together.
Yeah, she did a nice job with the variegated look and the ombre effect is what it's called. Yeah, really nice, and you can just imagine looking up into the sky and seeing all those geese flying.
I like she talks about the puffy clouds, right? You really do get that sense of they're flying in the little clouds.
The quilting and the detail on the quilting as well just really gives it a nice effect. So, wow, a lot of work and a lot of piecing that's very exact. So thank you.
Okay, so the next one is Fantastic Fall Quilt, second place. This is Lewis by Marianne Knops. I love Lewis. He is my favorite right now. He's just he's so cute. Like he's just staring into my soul about. So, Marianne, congratulations! This is so fantastic. I love seeing the design work in the background. Like it makes it seem fluid in that blue section, not just Lewis being standout on that.
Well, I was gonna say I love the symmetry that there is too, because especially on the outside, it looks like there's like the appeal or the look of feathering, and that is impressive to make it look really identical on both sides. That's something I know with quilting is extremely hard to do. So
yeah, I wonder
really
if she
neat.
has the bird at home.
Okay, man,
He watches her. Who's there? Who's there?
Yes.
So this is fantastic fall quilt. First place, it's Fall Bloom by Melanie Connell, and wow, the piecing on it, it just looks so fall. And the look of it, just the detail on it.
I like it's like a pinwheel, but it's not a pinwheel, right? Like,
no, and
how do you get that?
A lot of little squares sewn together, and she's got her piecing so exact and. Nice job with the colors and everything.
Well, then I was going to say, it looks like
fabrics.
that they had spent 6 weeks customizing, quilting each piece in this quilt, so that's very impressive.
I like
It's a
that
lot
if you
of time.
stare at the white pieces, they start to come out, and if you stare at the colors, it kind of goes back and forth.
This kind of does that as well.
Yeah. Amanda, do you want to talk about this one?
Yeah. So this is our third place in the heebie-jeebies category, and it's convex illusions. I think there's a lot of illusion quilts in this heebie-jeebies category, but this one's a fun one and really pops out.
I think it follows you as you move around.
Right.
As I'm sliding back and forth.
Her piecing is really, really exact as well, because you don't see any corners crossing, and she's got her corners nice and precise.
Well, then I even love
nice
that
job.
outside thin border that's there. It's really neat that it kind of looks like it fades out as you start to kind of go in there. I think that's really neat to see all of it.
And it's not a heebie-jeebie.
Yes. This one is second place in the heebie-jeebies, The Prism by Linda Culver. This is beautiful. I love to see all the different colors in there, and I actually love that the middle piece there is used are the same colors that are used on the full outside border. But even this one's really neat too, because it kind of gives you the illusion, or you're really able to see what looks like multiple layers put together. So it almost looks like you had the back, and you're like, oh, let me stack a different little bit design on the front, and did that all the way up to the center, and so that's beautiful.
It's a shadow effect too, 3D looking.
It does look like she's just layered different quilts on top of each other as she's gone along.
Yes.
The quilting's beautiful as well. I have to say that.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Great job. So, Heebie Jeebie first place is a laser cut quilt kit by Hoffman by Michelle Bush. This, I love your first line, kit that made me pull my hair. It's amazing. And it's, even though she says that the center was off, it looks fantastic.
You can't tell.
Yeah, it just looks beautiful, and all those pieces and sections going together. And the fact that it's laser cut, that sometimes if you've got a kit that you're working on, then you don't have all those other pieces that maybe like, oh, let me go back, I can get a little extra fabric. So you're kind of stuck with what you're working on that place. Okay, Karla, you want to take this one?
Is Paradise, and boy, it fits its name. It's by Tammy, and no last name there, but it was for a wedding gift. And boy, the lucky recipients. I might get married again just so you can bring to the same man. Don't get me wrong.
Renew your vows.
This is
Renew the
gorgeous.
vows,
The quilting is absolutely beautiful, and you really thought through of what you wanted to accentuate with the quilting and the applique, the whole thing. Stunning.
I like it when a quilt, when you're staring at it, you just keep going to different sections, right? And this one does to have that kind of fluid feel as you're going along. Okay, Amanda, you want to talk about this one?
Okay, so this is our second place in the new treats. We've got the Circle of Life quilt by Elizabeth Smith. And this one's amazing. Another one of those illusion ones. We've got the checkers
and the colors.
Yeah. I like the color wheel aspect of it, right?
It really is. It's really beautiful.
That's
and the
really
piecing, wow. Spent a lot of time on it.
And a lot of those I just want to get a little bit closer. I wish they could have sent like additional pictures so that I could like even closer on them. But
yes, and then this is the first place for New Tricks, New Treats. if you would say my name one more time.
Aw, that
by
makes me tear up.
I'm probably saying it wrong. Quinos? That's really beautiful. That's so sweet to
And
say.
she tried apple cake.
Yes.
Congratulations. It's beautiful. The
ticket,
detail on it.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say she said it taught her how to get that realistic look, and it absolutely
It
looks
really does.
realistic. Like I can see it.
So this is our show and tell. This is by our third place. This is again the kids doing the quilt section. So this is Minky and Owls at Night by Jennifer Hill, and she had her 11-year-old son finish. This is his second quilt. It's fantastic.
job.
So congratulations on that. You are well on your way to be a master quilter.
This is Show and Tell second place. It's Anna's Quilt by Jenny Bull, and her grandma wanted to make a soft quilt, and she did. Look at that piecing and the work that she put into it.
And Minky is not easy, even for an experienced
It
quilter.
is absolutely difficult for any quilter to use, and she really taught her granddaughter how to do it. So,
okay. And now we've got our first place. Amanda, do you want to do that one?
Yeah, so our first place in the show and tell category is Navi, our black cat by
So cute.
Amy Simmons.
Nice job.
Beautiful quilt with a cat and kind of a crazy crew.
You can totally see that cat's personality, right? Like he's just a mischievous little thing crawling around in the fabric,
it's a
I'm
black
sure.
cat, so don't cross his path.
Exactly.
Right now.
Okay, so now we've got all our judges' choices. So these were the people selected for all the different sections. So for our UFO sightings, we had Nicole Moore. My Own Kind of Creative was Karla.
Yeah.
Heebie-Jeebies was Lizzie Allen. Fantastic Fall Quilts was Leslie. Our New Tricks, New Treats was Becky Thompson. And Show and Tell was Jackson Cook. So each of them picked their best in show under these categories. So visually appealing, overall design, creativity, and then their color choices that it was engaging, and then the category that they chose. So let's go through. So UFO sightings, judge's choice.
Ooh, this is fun. So it's What's the Temperature by Robin Anderson.
Nice job,
And again, this one was
Robin.
chosen by Nicole Moore. So very neat. Yeah, I do love to see all the different colors, and I love that even like the plates that the cups are sitting on differ in colors.
Well, I got to see this one when she had it on her design board. So it was a lot of fun.
Oh, cool. Yeah, and Nicole said, she can't wait to see it all quilted and ready to go. Yeah. You want to do the next
This is
one?
My Own Kind of Creative, and this was my choice. I'm telling you, it was really difficult because you are all so very talented, and I just loved the message was conveyed so well through the quilt. It was a quilter that was struggling, working through a terminal illness with her mom, and boy, the color choices and just took me to feeling what she was feeling at the time. So
And it
the
makes me
quilting's
think.
fabulous.
Yeah, it makes me think that a shark is about to bite me.
Right,
It's a
right,
great
it is, yes. It's
Well, I
called
was going
shark
to say,
bite.
I think
Sorry.
it's really neat too, though, to see that you can use different patterns and it still looks absolutely beautiful together.
And
I
it
think
was
that's...
her own kind. So it was-
Yes. Yeah.
Amanda, why don't you take this one?
Okay, so this is Fall Bloom by Melanie Collin. We saw it before,
Wonderful.
but Leslie Rutland chose this one for the fantastic fall quilts.
Yeah, I think that one was really neat because, it talked about that she, for that quilt, not only spent time to create the individual pieces, but that she had spent years collecting the fabrics. Really it was a quilt, and then even that border is, I believe, hand dyed. So it's something that really put a lot of time and effort into this individual
It's
quilt.
definitely a fall bloom. So next is our Heebie-Jeebies judge of choice. It's by Lizzie. So it was Farmhouse Iteration and by Ramona Watson. This one is fantastic. She said that she started quilting last year only at the age of 82. That is fantastic, Ramona. I am so jealous of your talent already.
Yeah.
I love your color choices, and I love just the precision that you can tell each section, even though it's all little tiny quilt pieces, but it's like that 9x9 section is just gorgeous.
Well, it looks like the, stars at night. You can really see because of the black there. It really
You're
makes
right,
certain
it
of them
does.
pop.
It really does.
Looks like different
Almost
stars
twinkles.
twinkling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a neat one to see.
You go ahead, Amanda.
Okay, yeah, we've seen this one too, The Circle of Life by Elizabeth Smith. But Becky Thompson chose this one. Love that the quilter pushed themselves. So.
Yeah. I bet they did with that one. So this is a fun one. So this is the Show and Tell. It's Splash by Bunny Pollock, and this is one Jackson Cook chose. This is a really sweet one. I love this kind of this interpretation of water on a quilt there. Is really neat to be able to see, and I love actually the different colors that are used with like that water. It's really neat to see, and I honestly can get the illusion of an elephant doing that, so that's really neat to see.
And Bunny, congratulations.
Yes.
I've gotten lots of emails from Bunny as well, so nice job.
So now we've got our winners for our grand prize coming up. Oh, where's big drum roll?
Yeah.
So our Fall Festival winner is Butterflies by Vicky Cervais. Comments on this was, this is gorgeous. I'm going to tell you spent a lot of time on it. I love the colors. Another person said, such beautiful fabric. Great job. So congratulations, Vicky, on your win. This is a beautiful quilt. We all love this one.
Yes.
So
Wonderful.
we have had so many fantastic quilts come up.
Thank you all.
Thank
really.
you. Yes, absolutely. We can't do the quilt show without you.
No.
So get started again, right? We're gonna do our quilt show again. So we want to see those quilts coming up.
Spring fling's coming.
Exactly. So we've got our spring. Then again, we'll have another fall festival. We want to have those quilt shows anytime that we want to have you have the chance, not just at regular quilt guild shows or events, that you can come and share it with us. And again, you can email Karla at karla@graceframe.com to show off your projects. And then also we want to wait and have you share it on our social media at Grace Company Quilting, because we want to see the projects you're working on. We want to know all about that.
And I would actually really encourage you, we're all wearing the shirts, but this is that home-based quilter, right? The HBQ, and that's a wonderful place that you can go to share your stories. There's some wonderful ones on there of some of our different ambassadors and the different stories. So really that's, again, kind of a really fun place that is going to allow everybody from across the world to be able to connect and really share their stories. And so I know it's really neat. We only showed a couple different quilts, but I know, Karla, you said I think you'd gone through it a couple different times just to make sure you
several
saw
different
all
times,
of them.
and we even had more added to that categories, and it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the stories probably more than the quilts, because they take you back to as you're piecing, as you're quilting, you're just thinking about what was going through this person's mind. Why did they put these colors together? Oh, that's a cool technique. I want to try that. So you get inspired. So if you haven't gone through the quilt show, go through the categories and you will truly be inspired.
Yeah, and I think every time we get a different choice of categories, I think the categories themselves inspire me of,
I never thought of it that way. Seeing the same quilts over and over again. Thank you all, because that gets a little boring to see the same one over and over again. You are so talented and such a variety of quilts out there.
And I love that one of our quilt is always about projects you haven't finished yet.
Oh yeah.
Because isn't it true? You always have a project that you're needing to finish, but you still need to share it and tell us about it and what's happening.
Sometimes they take a little longer. Karla's story quilt's still hanging out there, but it's going to happen. It just takes time.
Yeah. So again, we want to thank everybody that participated in the community quilt, again, with those quilt blocks. We really appreciate that. And again, everyone who participated in the quilt show. Again, if you won a prize, Melinda will be reaching out to you for your contact information so that we can get you your awards. And thank you so much for participating. We want to thank everybody for hanging out with us here for the entire Fall Festival. Karla, Amanda, Laurel, we've had so much fun, but we're not done yet, right?
I know. Well, I was going to say, I know we're kind of getting ready to go into a little break, and then we'll have our final segment of Fall Festival of Day 4. But I'm really curious. Yes, and our giveaway, we can't forget that. Cannot forget that. I know in our segment earlier, I was talking with Melinda, and we're like, man, we give a lot away. Why not give away some more, So that's what we'll be doing. But I'm really excited because this is, as we kind of are wrapping up Fall Festival, I would love to hear what maybe one of your favorite segments has been so far.
That's a good idea.
Whether, again, it was on the first date, maybe it was just the quilt show that we just went through, or maybe it was one that happened yesterday or on day 2. So again, I would love to hear or maybe see just kind of what your favorite segment has been.
Yeah, Amanda, Karla, what was your guys' favorite segments?
Oh, there were too many to choose from. Honestly, we have so many crazy, talented quilters out there, and they each have a different perspective and something to offer all of us. Boy, I loved Amanda's and Madison's. Both of theirs were a lot of fun. And, it's fun to see them grow as quilters and see them try new techniques and bring those techniques to us as quilters. I mean, Courtney's skirt was great. Yeah, I'm getting partial. Okay, because they're an education team. Jackson's segment, he's a talented quilter. Lizzie and her borders and corners, and we saw the fall moon quilt, and just, she used the rotary cutter without a ruler. Come on, you guys, there's so many different ways. Jump in and join the fun and be a part of it, because we are so grateful for you. So make sure that you come and join us. Whatever we're doing, Tuesdays with Grace.
Yeah.
If you're not there, come and join me.
Come join Karla. Yeah, Tuesdays with Grace at 1 o'clock. Make sure you're coming. We'll have all sorts of new stuff going on. Yeah.
The shopping show, everything. We've got a lot going on here at the Grace Company. We are busy. So you stay busy and we'll stay busy and we'll see what comes of it.
Yes. Well, I just want to, thank you everyone for joining us again. We're going to go ahead and take a small break, but then we're going to come back and we're kind of finish out this wonderful day 4 of Fall Festival. And like Janna said, yes, we're going to have some giveaways.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Everybody. Thank you.
It's a versatile machine that can fit any of our frames, from a small non-dedicated work area to a 12-foot dedicated studio.
I was designing the electronics, trying to make them as robust and reliable as possible for years to come.
The 16 is professional equipment at an affordable cost.
The reason that we came up with the 16 is just a gateway for you to enhance your quilting experience. It has the adjustable handles. It has that extra inch of throat space. So it just gives you that experience that you've wanted for so long without hitting the back of your throat of your machine.
We did a lot of studies and tests on what we could do to make the machine feel more comfortable and easy to use.
I worked to spec out high-end textures, finishes, and colors on this machine to highlight different elements and bring some aesthetic design into your studios. We have a really high gloss throw area that reflects the light from our integrated throat lights. We brought, some softened textures on the white plastics to cut off those top light studio lights that you may have so you don't have harsh reflectivity. We also added bobbin lights to ease in changing bobbins in a dark studio. Sometimes it's hard, you don't know where your hands are, and so we brought those into the design, and that's all the illumination is really going to elevate this product.
And being able to quilt a larger area. It's not that long arm fill, it's that mid arm fill. So it's like, you start out with the compact car, then you're ready for that next step. So this is the mid arm car that's going to create that elevated quilting experience for you to enjoy.
So my team, we unload the containers, we get the products here, and we safely store them. Before we ship them to you though, we have quality control put in place where we open up each box. We go through all the products, whether it's a frame or machine, and we make sure all of that is up to par. So when we ship it out to you, it's a great experience.
We check every single machine that goes through our doors through a multi-step process where we use the machine as any customer would, making sure that they get the highest quality experience.
Each quilting machine forgoes vigorous drop testing. Typically, shipping companies drop test at 6 feet. Grace Company drop tests at 3 feet, 5 feet, and 7 feet.
I really love engaging with our customers and make quilting easier and more enjoyable than ever before.
Welcome
I'm
back.
gonna do that too. Yeah, sorry.
Welcome back to the last segment of Fall Festival. I'm so sad.
Last segment. But I've had fun watching it,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I know they've had fun listening to it and watching it as well. There are so many great stories, right, LJ and Janna? So many wonderful projects. I love showing the quilts and all the winners, like the ones you guys chose, the ones that they submitted, and so many to choose from. It's so hard, but I love seeing the dedication and the hard work that the whole community comes together with.
And I love that it's not just us picking those winners. It's the best of show judges. They come from the ambassadors or whoever we choose as judges, but really the most of the people winning the quilt show are chosen by your votes. And so that's really great that it comes from our community of everybody picking the winners that way.
Yeah, it definitely shows a lot of love. I just really enjoyed it. But we are ending, which is really sad, but we have so many giveaways. We want to talk about a lot of things. And I think we want to do some Plinkos too, because we haven't really done a lot of Plinkos. And LJ has been dying. She hasn't done, so we moved her over there by the Plinko board to be in charge of the Plinko. So again, thank you. This has been a wonderful event the last 4 days. We really appreciate you guys staying with us, getting off work. I saw a lot of comments like, oh, I was at work, or can I watch it later? So just thank you for your love and support towards Grace Company. It's been so awesome to have you with us through this entire time. So we know it's long, but we have a lot of wonderful information that we shared. And Linda right here, right? This is by far the best festival you had so far. Well, thank you. I wonder what the next festival will bring. Well, it's going to be awesome. So I'll tell you that much.
And I think one thing that's really nice, is Linda, this is probably the best one because we've actually do surveys after them to get your feedback on what you want to hear. And then that's what we actually look at putting into them. So thank you. And that's really kind of what's helped make this wonderful and enjoyable for everybody.
It has. And I love all the comments. We love doing the lives to listen to your comments. Well, I guess we really don't listen, but to see and read your comments and to answer your questions. I love during your earlier this morning with your Grace Co shopping,
was so fun.
With all the questions you're able to get through, I just love to see all the comments. So continue to put those comments in, even through this segment. We love to see the comments. If you have questions, put them through. If we can get to them, we will, because this last segment, I'm telling you, there's a lot we got to give away. There's a lot we got to talk about. So if you do have comments, please still put them in there and we'll get to them. If they pop them up on the screen, that helps us out get to them. So just thank you. A lot of great comments coming through. They loved it. Most wonderful festival. I had watched many. Yep, can't wait for spring. I'm curious, with this fall festival being digital, how many of you guys are going to go to the Houston Fall Festival? Are you guys going to travel to Houston and go to the quilt show in Houston that's happening?
I'm going.
I'll be there.
I'll be there as well for 11 years. 11 years strong. I've been going to that, going to that event. And unfortunately, it happens right over Halloween for most of it, what I do. So my kids going through Halloween I got to see a lot of pictures. So, but put on there if you're going to Houston. I would love to see if you guys are going to go to Houston. Come see us at our booth. Come meet us. Come get our autograph. Come get our pictures.
And we're going to have our final Fall Festival section from Houston.
Yep.
So October 28th, we're going to have our final Fall Festival hosted by Nathan. So don't miss out. It'll be on this platform again. So it'll just be another event going down. So get it on your schedule so you don't miss out if you can't make it there.
All right. That's the 28th. Okay. So put in the comments again if you're going. All right.
Well, I think before we get into anything else, I think, we had talked, or just in the segment before this, we did, I guess it was 2 segments before that, we did the I Spy. And so I think from that, we're going to announce the winners.
Should we do that now? Okay, I was going to do some giveaways. Should we?
Let's do that now.
Okay. I love the enthusiasm. Yes.
She's like, we just need to know if we were any of the winners, right?
Yes. Because we were guessing in the studio, so maybe we won.
Is that all you care about?
Announcing winners and giveaways?
So it's not you. Okay, it's not you.
Winners and giveaways.
Okay, so we have a lot. So let's go ahead and down the list. So these are the I Spy. So Janna, share with us who and how these winners came about.
So this was the I Spy studio tour. As the items came up, the ghost was hanging out, would give a clue, and then you had to put in your guess. So then they went through and Kendall was keeping track of all those, and so these are 20 winners from all the I Spy segments.
20.
So 20. So we've got Lori Pudliner.
Congratulations.
Congratulations,
So
Lori.
we'll clap maybe afterwards.
Now this is what you get with these
You're
prizes is the HBQ gift bag. So I'm not all sure what's going to be in there.
Probably one of these shirts.
Maybe. We never
yeah.
know. Yeah, maybe some other things that'll be super fun. But so Lori, D'Amazing Mama, Beth E, Benavides, Mrs. K Scraps, Jeanette Yeager, Angela Jorzak, Noreen Olson, Diane Deacon, Janice Mills Thomas, Amy Westermeyer, Kim Jackson, Carrie Gregory, Carol Kirby, Lynn, Jody Moyers, Diana A, Laurie Was, and Brenda Carol Johnstone. Congratulations.
That is a lot.
Fantastic.
You know, and then I don't know if we know, but I think they need to reach out to Melinda, right?
Yes.
So we can make sure to get the information to send you your goodie bag.
So again, that's melinda@graceframe.com. She's got a lot to do, so just be a little patient as she's getting everybody contacted. Now that's if you've got a Plinko prize, if you are a registration or quilt show winner, she's going to reach out to you.
Yep.
But put that email in your safe so it doesn't go to junk or spam or anything. You want Melinda's name to be a safe place in your email. So melinda@graceframe.com.
That's right. And there were a lot of names. So if you heard your name, that's awesome. A lot of names there. So I see you right there, Mrs. K Scraps, you know, laughing. So we see her a lot. So that's wonderful. So the I Spy winner, so that's great. Let's just keep going down. Let's do a Plinko. I know she's been down to do Plinko. Then we'll talk about, let's do Plinko, and then I want to talk about some of the promotions we have again for this month. And I know if you've been watching us for the last 4 days, you've been hearing about these promotions. So we really have put a lot of our thought process through these promotions because we know with the budget-friendly fall festival coming up, what fits in your home, in your room, what machine's best for you, what accessory is best for you. We want you to elevate your quilting. We want you to go along your journey with the newest and greatest machines out there. So we'll get to our promotions. We'll talk about those. But let's do some Plinko giveaways.
Yes.
And I love the questions we come up with because they're just random questions.
I actually have a question.
I was hoping you would. Yes.
She's been saving it. I'm excited because usually when I do it, I get to be, or I have the opportunity to really kind of be the host and help move along the live segment. So I'm really excited to now be sit by the Plinko board so I can be the one that drops the Plinko chips. So I was thinking with that I should have a question since I'm, by it.
Buy it, yeah.
So it's a pretty easy one, but it is going to be kind of for those that have stuck with us throughout today. So it's going back to this morning segment where Janna was our wonderful, I'm not going to say what it is.
Oh, snap.
Dressed in black.
There you go. That was just a hint, at the question. But I just want to know, what were the 4 costumes that were used in this morning's segment?
That's a great.
Should we do costume and names?
We'll say either. Let's say either. If you can get both, we'll drop the Plinko chip twice for you.
Okay.
There you go.
See, people were anticipating already. They were just putting
Yes,
in my
so
costume,
I
but she
want
wants
all
the
4.
costumes.
Because there was Janna, and then there was 3 guests.
Yep.
Sorry I couldn't have all of you on.
I know.
Show.
I was bummed. I was talking about with Melinda. We were feeling a little left out.
Sorry about
I would
that.
have came as, well, I'm
Mr.
sure you.
Clean?
Yeah. I would have been Mr. Clean, holding my arms and just sitting there. I love that question. And so here we go. We got a lot of them coming in.
Again, I want all 4. Yes.
So werewolf, mummy, witch,
and ghost. Congratulations, Kathy. That is correct.
Okay, so before you drop that Plinko, let's share with everybody what do we have for the prizes.
Yes, so starting furthest away from me, we have our 60 millimeter straight cutter. That's a wonderful one that can be both left and right-handed. And then we have our ruler bundle, and that is actually our square ruler bundle. So there's 3 different sizes within that one. We have our circle cutter, and then we have our 4-pack of, it looks like it's the variegated finesse thread, the comfort cutter, and this is going to be that 45 millimeter. And then over here closest to me, we have the rectangle ruler bundle. And again, that's going to be 3 different rectangle ruler bundles, or rulers there.
Yeah. So excellent. I'm so excited for it.
Okay. And you know what?
Keeping me on the edge of my seat, dang it!
Keeping everybody else on the edge of the seat. Yeah, let's do this too. For those who get the ruler bundles, I love interrupting, by the way. It's like, dang it. Okay, for those who do the ruler bundles, let's do True Grips for each of the rulers too. So
that's great. So like 3 packs.
Yep, 3 packs of True Grips for the ruler bundles on that one.
That's okay. That was a good interruption. That was a good interruption.
I thought you would like that.
I'm gonna do it now though. Okay, we're gonna go all the way over here.
Oh, that went fast.
Woo! Circle cutter. Oh, that's a fun
I
one.
love the circle cutter. I loved all the new things we learned about it through Fall Festival, right? I'd never thought about the way Devin had used it on his costume of connecting the track on the edge of the circle cutter. I mean, such an unusual way to use it, we think, but it just shows that all our products, you can use them in ways we never thought of.
That's right.
Yeah.
And with it being in circles, you can cut 2 to 12 inches, which is really great. And it has that wide skid, so when you're going around your fabric, you're keeping it nice and flat. It doesn't wrinkle up underneath you. It doesn't move underneath you. And allows you to go on and off your fabric. So if you do want to cut like half circles, you can go on and off.
Shape.
Yep, it keeps it all the way down. So wonderful circle cutter. Again, 2 to 12 inches on that.
And Kathy says she needed it, so
there
great
you
job.
go.
Nice
choice.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
Okay, so let's do.
I think we should do one more winner.
Yeah, of course we're gonna do another winner.
One
Now,
more
can
winner?
we pull that from? Are we able to pull that from just a different?
I think it's another person. We said we would do it 2 Plinkos if they would put in their name and the price.
Yeah,
So,
so
I
that's
think
still
I
up
saw
there.
a couple people up there
did as well.
who had said witch and ghost and mummy and werewolf, and
And
then
the
they
name.
said
The
Janna,
names.
Devin, Allegra, and Jarek. So
which is impressive.
Mary
Yes!
congratulations! Yes, you are correct.
Janna was the witch, Jarek was the mummy, Devin was the werewolf, and then yes, Allegra was the ghost. Yes, I can drop it again. All right, we are gonna do twice. So we're gonna do one, and then we'll do another one because you did double.
You did.
So
you got the
get
double
2.
in there.
All right, are we ready? We'll do different. We'll go in the middle this time. Slower moving.
Again, excellent choice.
Yes, we're just keeping everybody on the edge here, you know. A little fast, a little slow. You never know what's gonna happen. Ready? Woo. Ooh, that is our rectangle ruler bundle. So this is a fun one because it comes with our 6.5 by 24.5, and then our 6.5 by 12.5, as well as that 3 by 18 inch ruler. And then like Mark had said, we'll throw in a pack of True Grips for each of those different rulers. So 3 packs of True Grips there. So that actually really is enough for those rulers. And then if you have some other ones, you can put the True Grips on those as well.
It's so useful.
They are
So
useful.
useful.
Everybody loves the True Grips.
I like putting them on the bottom of the plants that I don't want slithering.
there you go.
Oh, there you go.
And that reminds me too, the leftover, if you've seen or used our True Grips, if you haven't, here's a little trick too, just for that purpose of like keeping other things from sliding, is a lot of people would when they tear off the True Grip or the circle part and put it on the rulers, the rest of it you can put on your foot pedal.
Oh yeah.
Right, and that's a trick Karla used to tell people a long time ago, and it just stuck with me. Put the rest of it underneath your foot pedal, so
That
when you go to
works.
use your foot pedal, it
I'm like,
doesn't
that's
slide.
smart.
So there they are. Yep, True Grips.
Yes.
You get 30 into a pack. You get 15 small and 15 large rings, and they are truly the best out there. They are clear. They're adhesive. They don't take away the view of your ruler. So these are just our fantastic product. So congratulations on that
Congratulations
winner.
to all
And you
winners.
get the-
Congratulations.
Yep. Okay, so I know we did 2 there, but do we want to do?
A registration winner?
Did we miss a registration winner?
Yeah, we've got, I think, on the list somewhere. Let's see. I think it's back here.
It
we
is.
might have some
It is.
giveaways.
Okay, so we'll do the first one. So this is the Free Motion Starter Kit
I love
and
that one.
Magnifique.
And
right?
Magnifique.
Oh,
Free
that's
Motion Starter Kit.
I actually like that. I don't think we've ever really put those 2 items together, but I think that's really neat because the Magnifique can be used on a machine, but then we also give you a device that helps you actually hold it off, so you can use it on anything and anywhere. So that's really neat.
And the Free Motion Starter Kit is for your domestic and your your Qnique machine or other long arm. You're not limited to only Qnique machines if you get that as well.
That's right. That's why I love the prizes. Okay, so this is the pre-registration winner, Magnifique and the starter kit. The free motion starter kit is one of our newest products too. I guess same with the Magnifique. They're both fairly new, so that's awesome. All right,
Drum roll.
let's find out. Yeah, we gotta do the drum roll.
Woo!
Okay, Helen Egbert.
Congratulations, Helen.
Yes.
You are going to have so much fun. I kid you not. It's just going to be such a great time.
It is. I know, and Karla, I kind of talked with her a little bit about that free motion starter kit, but it's really neat because it helps you kind of do the doodling or whatever that you might do on just your normal piece of paper, and then kind of transition that into or onto your fabric, which is really neat because it can work with any design really you want to do. Just practice doodling it, kind of get that feel or that memory down, and then you can move over to your fabric and do it there or replicate
It's doodling with fabric and thread
Doodling,
instead of
yeah.
with your paper and pen.
Yep,
Yes.
that's the best of both worlds on that one. Okay, so we have other pre-registrations, but before we get into those, let's talk about some of the deals that we've been featuring through this entire segment, starting last Thursday. The one that we really talk about, and we'll have that probably on cue, is I want to talk about the cutie frame.
That's a wonderful.
The cutie frame
is fantastic.
It is. The cutie frame is 4 feet wide. And I know we've been talking about this really often, but I can't stress enough how easy this is to do your quilting, how fun it is to develop your quilting skills, and you can place it anywhere in your home. So you're not limited to a certain area, whether you want it in your living room, downstairs, outside, in your RV. This really takes your quilting to the next level. Now, let's talk about the price here in a minute, but I want to first throw this out there because we get this. Yeah, she's already. Yeah. Did you get all those? Digits? It's like,
89. Woo!
589. If you think about it, when you want to do a king size quilt, and we have the rolling rail frame, right? The king size quilts or the king size frames you normally can buy around like $3,000, and those frames do well. It does exactly. They're fantastic. But we're talking about $589 that you can do a king size quilt anywhere in your home, but more importantly,
outside of your home.
Outside your home too. If you're in an area, you can go outside, listen to the birds, or
take it
beautiful sun.
Fifth wheeling up to your cabin, wherever you're going to take your quilting. Yeah.
That's right. And you use your own machine, right, LJ? So it's not where you have to go and buy a new machine. What we're doing is offering you the cutie frame with your own machine, so you can whatever you feel comfortable with. I know a lot of you out there have 5 or 6 or 7 machines. Take whatever's going to be best for your quilting that you want to keep for your dedicated quilting and use it. I love to keep it comfortable, keep it user-friendly, keep it familiar is what I want to say, right? Now, on top of that, we can also talk about our 16s that go on that cutie frame. We'll get in a minute, but the cutie frame is one that has been really exciting for a lot of customers. I love getting emails and phone calls. I know you both had the same ones where it's like, I wasn't able to quilt before, or I was sitting down. How many of us sit down to quilt, and when we're done, we kind of like take a breath, or we have other unfinished objects, like, oh, I gotta go quilt that again.
Or they're getting shoulder because they've like thrown it over their shoulder, and they're kind of feeding it through the thing.
Yep. Now, sure, it's probably not as bad as that sounds, right? Because I know there's a lot of sit-down quilters who love to do sit-down, but it truly is an easier process to have the cutie frame to manage your quilt process or your quilting journey along that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so for $589. If you didn't get that from Janna.
I know. Well, it was really cute. I think it was Roxanne. It was like, give me a 5, give me an 8, give me a 9. Yes, $589. Woo! And I have to say, it is the lowest that frame has ever been. Ever. It's incredible. And then I know Nathan said at the beginning of the Fall Festival, but it's scary that it's at $589. Because think about it, usually it retails for about $1,200. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. That means we're saving you like over 50%.
Because you need more money to go buy fabric, and you need more money to buy other products. So save it with that cutie right now.
I love what Gayla says. This frame got me started quilting my quilts.
There you go.
So we can pull Gayla up there. If not, yep, there it is. So this frame got me started. And that's just one of many who says, hey, this has really helped me. This is able to get all my UFOs that we talk about. So I just love the cutie. All right. Now we have other wonderful promotions that we've been talking about. Okay, let's answer this question. Connie says, what is the depth of the cutie?
That's a really good question.
There's probably several answers I'm going to talk about because the cutie can expand. So right now the standard is about, I want to say about 24 inches, so about 2 feet from the bottom, but you can extend that frame to go bigger. So if you think about a table you want to put it on, 24 inches is all you would need on the width of a table. That is it. So 24 inches by 4 feet. So yeah, that's right. I can see some of your guys is like, I can hear your thought process like, what, only 24 by 48? Yes, 24 by 48. But the rail can extend. So if you start with your 9-inch machine, you can go up to 19 inches on the cutie. 19 inches. So
you're quilting with 17 inches of space with 31 inches left to right. That just expands what you can do with your quilt blocks all at the same time. So you're not going to be limited. And I know some people think, well, if I put a bigger machine on there, it's just going to tip forward on me. And it doesn't. The weight of the machine's in the back. So as you have your quilting in the front, it's not going to tip forward. It's sturdy and steady. We've put all our different kind of machines. We're testing these all the time. We're showing them at shows. They're not unsteady. It's not going to tip forward on you. You're able to put those heavier machines on there.
That's right. Okay, outside of the cutie, we also have other frames that you can choose from. So the cutie is what I want to start with, but we also have our Q-Zone hoop frame. And the Q-Zone hoop frame is another hoop style frame that is 4.5 feet and it has legs. Yeah, a little bigger. But it has legs, so you do need to have a dedicated spot for the hoop frame. And again, the same thing like the cutie, you can do king size quilts, you can use your own machine. It can go up to 19 inches. It is made of steel. It is very easy to put together. I could go on about how easy that frame is, just like the cutie. So we have that frame. Plus we also have the Q-Zone queen frame that's also on sale if they want to do king or queen size quilts. And that as well is a 8-foot frame that you need to have a dedicated spot.
And then you have the Continuum.
The Continuum.
It's also, now all of those frames are on sale only through the 16th. So that amazing $589, $989, $1199, $2199, those are only good through October 16th. So don't delay. If you're thinking about it, don't let it become Sunday and then you realize, I didn't buy the frame I was gonna get. Just do it now, and so you don't have to worry anymore that you're gonna miss out on that special.
That's right. Yeah, 2 days, right? Today's the 14th.
Yes.
The 14th, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, you said that, I was like, what is today?
Yeah.
It is the 14th.
Yeah, I know, tomorrow's my anniversary, so I know that today's the 14th, so I didn't want to forget that. If my wife's watching, I do not forget.
Oh, that's cute, because I was going to say your anniversary looks like it's also Angela King's. Their 25th wedding anniversary came up in November.
Yep.
So she's like, there you go, boom, there's my
anniversary
anniversary gift.
Yeah, there's your anniversary gift. Yeah, mine's only 19 years. So only, I guess that's a pretty long time. But
good.
Yeah, 19's pretty good. She stuck with me for 19 years. All right, so we have those 3 frames. So you can choose from the cutie frame to the hoop frame to the queen frame to the Continuum frame. There's frames of your choosing. You don't have to be limited. You don't have to be stuck with one. But just think of a couple questions you want to ask yourself, right? When we want to make sure you choose the right frame is the space, what machine am I going to be using it on? And if you want the rolling rail frame, then the Continuum is where you want to go. So, okay, those are the frames we have available. Now let's look at our series of 16 machines.
I love the 16 machines.
Why
Jared
do you love
brought me
those?
one this
Yeah.
morning.
Oh, he did. I saw him. Yeah.
That's right.
He pulled it through the Enchanted Forest, the 16X Elite. It was fantastic.
Most costume parties, you bring food and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not the
Not at
Grace
the Grace
Company.
Company.
Yeah, we bring quilting machines. So why do you love the 16s?
I love the 16 series for a couple of reasons. One, it just looks cool. It's got that fun blue design on it. And so it makes me kind of think of those other fun domestic machines that we already have in our homes, and it kind of gives me that like little homey feel with it. But I really love the lights in it, right? The lights in the throat, and then also that bobbin case area. I love having that light down there so that as you're trying to change out your bobbin casing, or if you're looking if there's lint or anything, you can easily get that all cleaned out.
That's right. And there's 3 machines to choose from. So we have our 16XM, which is our manual machine. We have our 16X and our 16X Elite. And we'll look at the manual machine right now. So it is $34.99, and you can put it on any one of our frames. And if you want to go bigger, then you could upgrade. So this is a free frame package. So you get a free frame of your choice of a cutie or the Q-Zone frame, or you can upgrade to the Continuum for only $789 to add to it. So that's our 16X manual. Now the next we have is our 16X machine, and this one is $44.99. And LJ, there is a difference between the M and the X. What are those differences?
Yes, so really the main difference you're going to find is that the X comes with what we call stitch regulation. So this is a huge feature that's really nice, and often why someone ends up upgrading from a domestic machine more into a mid or long arm, because it helps, regardless of how fast or slow you're moving that machine, keep those stitches even and consistent, which is a really, really nice feature, because we say it really helps you be able to focus back in on the design work that you're doing, instead of being like, okay, I got to manage the speed, which some people do love, but it just helps kind of take one thing off your mind, again, to be able to focus back in on that design work.
It does. And that's also with a free frame.
Free frame.
And then
so wait. Under 4,500, whole system.
That's right.
Whole system.
That's right. So hopefully you're all sitting.
It gives me shivers.
Yeah, you should be sitting down during these promotions, because you probably just fall over. All right, so now our last 16 series is our Elite, our 16X Elite, and this is a beautiful machine, just like the rest of the two, or the other two. This has a 7-inch touchscreen. It has the lighting in the throat. It has a stitch regulation built in, and it's for $49.99 that you're able to get the 16X Elite newest machine with a free frame as well. So you get to choose your frame, or again, you can upgrade any of these free frames. If you don't want to use these smaller frames or the Q-Zone Queen, you can upgrade for $789 on those. So that has...
I was going to say, I love the 16X Elite because it's got that new edge warning.
Yes.
Right? So I can set the edges just like our Sure Stitch Elite, and the 19 and the 21, it's got the edge warning, so I can set my area and not have to worry, like, again, focusing on your design of your free motion. You're not worried about, oh, am I going to hit the back or I'm going to hit the front? I've got that beeping or that flashing of light that's going to warn me. And again, you can turn either one off, so you don't have that problem. You can just easily go to that next section and not worry about, oh, I'm getting too close.
Right, and I think that's really one thing, that's really nice about the 16-inch series is that with it being kind of our newest model or line of machines, it has those top-end features. In this morning segment with Janna, they asked, does the 19X Elite have the throat lights? And unfortunately, it doesn't. It has some amazing features, but again, with these 16, there are a lot of features. Again, we actually kind of got feedback from customers and said, hey, what do you want with the machine? What's going to fit what you're looking for? So that's where we say, great, let's give you some more lights, right? Lights are never a bad thing to have, and that's why we also put one in the bobbin space. And then again, why should you have to pay a ton to get something, at the top end or really help elevate your quilting experience? So that's where these wonderful lines of machines have come out to help give you that top end experience that you can enjoy at your home at a much more affordable price, especially right now, because like Janna said, you can get a full system, which is just crazy and really unheard of before.
That's right. Well said on that. There's other wonderful features that these machines have. So check them out on our website, from our edge warning to the bobbin estimator. I saw a lot of comments come in on the bobbin estimator, loving the bobbin estimator. There's also a measuring tool, a calculator. There's where you can, your settings of your lighting, you can make it dimmer. But the one that people love is that edge warning. So check those out on the 16 series. Now, the 19X is our next one. The 19X is our other machine. And now, when we're talking about mid-arm to long arm, I don't want the word long arm, which we hear a lot, to be scary. Don't let that stop you from your journey of quilting, because if that's what machine you want to get, the 19X Elite is a simple machine. All of our products, you've been hearing us talk about how easy it is to use, how easy it is to set up, and the 19X Elite is no different. This is, again, one of our newest machines, the 19 inches of throw space. It does have that 7-inch touchscreen as well. And you also get the free frames as well with this, with an option to upgrade. So you're looking at a 19-inch machine for $76.99, full package, just like we were talking about earlier with the 16s.
It's giving me shivers again.
I love when she gets the shivers. But really, right, LJ, don't let some of the stigma of the wording stop us from progressing in our quilting journey.
Yeah, I know. I think that's why quilters often have a lot of UFOs, because they're like, okay, I don't know, but I got started. I got my first top, and then woo, I don't know. They don't kind of know where to go, and that's where, again, you can start with the cutie frame, or if you're ready and you've looked into it, again, that 19X Elite that you can choose to get with a free frame is a wonderful point as well, because really, again, depending on where you are in your journey, there is something out there that's going to fit you, whether it's space, budget, again, what features you're maybe wanting in a machine. So that's wonderful there with that.
So here's a good question from Jan. Do you have a storefront also if we are close enough to come and look and purchase there? We do. You're welcome to come and talk to us. Always call us ahead of time to make sure we have those products that you want to look at available, because sometimes we have classes or events happening that we want to make sure that we can reach you. But we also have many wonderful dealers in your areas. So you can go to the website, graceframe.com, and look at the dealers. You can see that there's some local dealers we have here in Utah. There's dealers in your states. There's dealers in other countries. So you want to make sure that whatever special we're talking about, always our dealers have those same specials going on right now. So you can reach out to them and get them closer as well.
That's right. I'm glad you brought that up because we love our dealers, and so
we do.
Check them out. They have the same pricings. They'll take care of you. Just like how we would take care of you. And that's one thing I was talking about yesterday is our customer care. So not only are you getting these wonderful prices, I was saying yesterday, which is still true, I love this, is, you can't put a price, we have these deals. And Melinda was saying, these are scary deals. And I was like, yeah, the scary deals.
The shivers,
that's right. You can't have a promotion without it being scary. But honestly, you can't put a price on customer service. And so yes, we love our product and our prices are so awesome with these packages. But more importantly is how you are going to be taken care of, right? When we if there's an issue that arises. So our customer service is, there's no price on it. You can't put a price on that. Okay, the next one I want to talk about is our 21X Elite. Our 21X Elite.
So much fun. I like this one a lot.
That's right. So we're looking at $84.99. Normally it's $9,500 on the machine only. You get the free continuum frame, so you're saving over $4,000. Again, now's the time to buy. If you're looking at a long arm or any of our other previous products that we're talking about, with these wonderful prices, you getting the free frame, you can't pass that up.
Well, and I love, people were asking, which continuum frame do you get with it? And it's whichever size works best in your area. So that's an 8-foot, a 10-foot, or a 12-foot. So when you're purchasing, just take into, if you're wanting that 10-foot, but maybe eventually you're going to have enough space for that 12-foot, get the 12-foot now so that you have that. But if you're never going to do more than a queen size frame, but you want those rolling rails, go to the 8-foot, and then you won't have to worry about trying to fit it into a space that then will just make it harder to quilt, because you want to make it easy to finish those quilts. That's why you're getting the products in the first place, is so it can finish more. And if you're having a hard time moving around your quilts area, then you're not going to want to quilt more often. And so we want to make sure you're purchasing the right frame for your area.
That's right. And I love Brenda's comment, the 21X Elite, she wants to come home and live with me.
Wants to come live with me.
So, well, I think she does too. So go ahead and put her in your cart, and then she'll find your way. She'll find her way home. We'll help her along that journey. We'll put some wonderful labels on it to give her some direction. That's like her GPS getting to your home. So, okay, so the 21X Elite, not to really move past that one, but we've talked about that machine often. It is our top line machine, 7-inch touchscreen with all the wonderful features that come with it, with the edge warning, bobbin estimator. So take advantage of that opportunity of the 21X Elite. Now, to round all these promotions up that we have is our automation. A lot of automation talk. So yes, we do have 30% off our automation.
Fantastic.
All right, from our Quilt Motion Beginnings to our Pro, to Upgrade, and to our Gold card. And so real quick on the Beginnings and Pro, they are the ones that drive your machine. And so if you want to get Beginnings now, that's what a lot of people do. They end up getting Beginnings because of the price, and it allows the quilters to go ahead and pick the pattern and quilt it very easy. This system is very user-friendly, so you can't beat how easy it is to use amongst the price you're going to get it for.
Well, and I love too that people will say, like, do I really get just the Beginnings, or is that just a price thing? And honestly, Beginnings will get you so far. There's so many things you can do with that beginning set. Don't feel like, oh, I've only done it because of the price. It's really wonderful. I know a lot of people get it just to get started, but also you can do so much. You can place your patterns, you can do pantographs for at least 2 rows, you can import images, you get over 200 designs already. There's so much you can do with Beginnings. So don't feel like, oh, I can't afford the Pro, so I've taken a back seat by just getting the Beginnings. It's still the full system of getting those images started, and so that you can do as much quilting as possible.
That's right. Not only is it quilt as much as possible, right? But you're able to, again, a lot of UFOs are out there ready to be done, and you can go ahead and put them on and design your work. So the quilt motion is just awesome. I saw some comments coming through. It's fantastic. It is easy to use. It's incredible. There's just so many wonderful features about our automation.
Yes.
So
well, then
do not
even
pass
right
that
now,
up.
with it being 30% off, that's really one of the most aggressive sales that we ever have on automation, especially for that gold card. If you already have the pro version, that is like never on sale. So now really with that 30% off, it's an absolutely amazing time to get it. And these specials, you know, some of them specifically on the frames are only good until October 16th. Then the others are only going to go through October. So even now, again, if you're thinking about it, call into us, chat with us, because we want to help answer any questions you may have, because the deals are not going to stay this good. Again, it is a limited time and really are some of the most aggressive sales that you'll ever really see out there.
That's right. Do you have to, I was going to, do you have to purchase the automation for each machine? You don't, which is nice. And so if you have the automation for, let's say, our 15-inch machine, and now you've been seeing these deals, you've been looking at the 16 or even the 19, you can upgrade your machine, right? But then you can keep the same automation. So you don't have to buy another automation. That automation actually can just go from one unique machine to the other.
Yeah, and if I see a lot of questions, and unfortunately we don't have time for all these questions, but if there's anything that you want to know about any of our products, the automation, our machines, our frames, True Cut, and we did not get that answered either on the Fall Festival, through this live segment today, or anytime, please call us at 800-264-0644. You might have to leave a voicemail because we're trying to get through all those calls, but we will call you back within 24 hours. And then also graceframe.com, you can chat with a live person between 8 and 5 Mountain Standard Time, and we can answer those questions that we may not have had a chance to get to today or through the event or through our other videos, right? Like if you're trying to sort through all the automation questions, you know, give us a chat or a call and we can help you with that.
That's right. Okay.
Woo! Lots of sales.
Lots of sales, yeah. Go to our website, check them all out. Get what's best for you. We just got done talking about all the features and the reasons why, but it really comes down to what's going to best fit you, your budget, your room, your living space, or whatever you have. It's going to best, whatever's meant for you, check it out. Okay, let's do another registration giveaway.
Yes.
Okay.
Another one?
We have another one. We have 2 more actually. We have the grand prize that's over $20,000 worth we're going to give away. But let's go ahead and do the second giveaway.
Okay.
All right. And do we know what this? You guys know what it is? I have it written down here.
I don't know what it is. No.
Okay.
I knew at one point, but I forgot.
I don't know what it is.
Okay. So the second one is a $1,000 gift card.
Ooh.
So this is the
perfect time to give this away.
Yep, a $1,000 gift card, which goes towards a long way. And if you need help spending that $1,000, LJ and Janna would love to help you spend that money.
We will come up with all sorts of ways you can use our Grace products to use up that $1,000 easily.
That's right. Yeah. So a $1,000 gift card.
Okay. Also, I just have to say, so this is kind of going back to the sales, but think about $1,000. You could get the cutie frame and other accessories for it, and probably still have some money left over for some thread or anything like that, you know, and maybe you could even have some left over to gift or get a gift for someone else. Like, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's a lot. Like,
Christmas
that's
for
a lot.
all my quilting friends, right?
There you go. Boom.
Quilters combos out the wazoo.
That's right.
So let's go ahead and do our drum roll for this lucky winner.
Yes, $1,000. Yeah, that's a lot.
Oh, so nice. Oh, Jeanette, congratulations.
Yes. Okay.
Congratulations.
And just as a note, Becky said that, Jeanette, you should buy every color of finesse thread. That's just an idea to use your $1,000 with.
That's a good idea. Even then, you'd probably still have some left over for everything else. So.
Yes, you will. Okay, congratulations. All right, so we want to save the best for last. This is the pre-registration again. Now, do you guys know what the final... Okay, Janna's shaking her head.
You know,
Laurel?
I think I have an idea of what it is.
Okay, it's over 20,000. What do you think that would be?
The whole shebang.
It is the whole shebang. That is right. So, Janna, what is the
21X Elite.
21X Elite.
The Continuum 2 frame in your choice of size. The 12-foot, if you need it, 10-foot light bar. And QCT5 Pro software. Did I get it right?
Ooh!
You
Did I
did
get it
right. Yep, you did get it right. So this is, there it is right there. So you have all of that. The 21X Elite, the Continuum 2 frame, 8, 10, or 12 foot. Same with the light bar, 8, 10, or 12. And the Quilter's Creative Touch 5 Pro software.
Now, we're not including, just so you're aware, we're not including the tablet. You will have to get your own tablet to run the software on, so don't expect the tablet to show up too. We got you the frame and the machine and the light bar and the automation. So you will have to get your own tablet as well. So.
Okay.
That's wonderful. Think about this. Okay, guys, I tried to get my name in the running. They said I couldn't. They said it was just for customers. I try to argue that I am a customer, but anyway, this is incredible. Think about it. This is the whole system. We talked about the wonderful sales that we have. So if you aren't the winner, you still have an opportunity to be, and really get something that's been on your mind or that you've really thought that's going to help complete that quilting journey for you or get you started on it. But that's amazing. It's the whole system. That's just crazy. I think, people when they get started, they're like, oh, how do you start with the cutie frame? And then maybe I'll get a machine to go with it. Then maybe a light bar, so they just slowly build up. But this is crazy. We're giving you everything at once.
Boom.
Woo! Set up. That's pretty incredible.
It is really incredible. So again, go big or go home. And we always love to end our festivities with this major giveaway. Okay, I try to stall even longer, but I know those who pre-registered are thinking,
they're like, give it to
this
me.
Is given. They're just like at the edge of their seat waiting for this. And if you didn't win, you can still get this package at a wonderful price or go on our website. So there's still an opportunity of getting just this same package. Okay, so without further ado, let's do a major...
We're getting ready for the drum roll.
That's right. And if you guys want to also participate at home with the drum roll,
let's do it.
You can go ahead and do the drum roll as well. So here we go.
Yes!
Val Fritz.
Congratulations, Val. We will contact you, Melinda will, and get your information so we can get that all shipped out, and also what size quilt continuum frame you would like for your area.
That's right.
Congrats.
So congrats. Val, enjoy this. If you put your name in the hat, obviously you are the winner. When you get this, send in pictures of your quilt that you're going to make.
And your area. We would love to see that at Grace Company Quilting for our social media. Please, you can put that @ on there at Grace Company Quilting and let us know how your area looks. So everybody that has won a prize, we would love to see you using the prizes, what you're creating with them. It would be great for us to see that.
That's right. And I just want to quickly, I'm going to say a couple of things. One is the quilters have each other's back. I'm a competitive person. I love sports. And I know this is not a sport thing, but man, I love seeing congratulations, you won, happy for you, and all of that. Because if it were me doing something else, I'm like, So I just love everybody coming together, community, and that's really kind of leading into, I want to talk about real quick, the home-based quilter, right? The home-based quilter is something that we've been really thriving for, and we just love hearing the stories. All of our products that we make are for the home-based quilter. If you're listening, that is you, right? You're home, you have a community, you have friends, family, relatives that you love making quilts for, that you want to bring that community together. The home-based quilter is a way to go, and I just love how we focus on the home-based quilter, because that's who our customers are, and the journey that you guys are going along is just inspiring, it's happy, it's comfortable, and I just love that.
Yes. I know there's just a couple of things I want to answer. I know, Mark, you're talking about this. These shirts will be for sale. Stay tuned, I should say, for when they'll be available. We are going to be selling them either in the navy or in the cream that Mark's showing for us. But I just want to say, I guess, I've said it before, but I love the comments, and thank you everybody for those. That really is what makes this enjoyable for us, and so I'm so glad that you guys enjoyed it. And thank you. And again, stay tuned, because we'll do other digital events, and then we will have Spring Fling, and all of that. So be sure to follow along with us.
Yeah, and don't forget, October 28th, we'll be live from Houston. Nathan will be hosting our end show for Fall Festival, so don't miss that out. And also, just remember that we love you. You're part of our family, and so always stay with us.
That's right. Well, it's been great, right? It's been great having you guys on, having me on. Now's the time to end. I heard you guys are going to do a little dance for everybody. No? There they go. Oh yeah, there you go.
So sad dads.
There you go. No, it's been great. Thank you all. The inspiration from the quilting, from your comments to the stories. Keep it up. Keep quilting. Enjoy quilting. And have a great weekend.
Yes, and don't forget, the 16th is the end of the sale for many of the items, so don't miss that.
That's right. Yes. Thank you all again, and we'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Take
care.